All right, we'll get started, inshallah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillahi wa kafa wa salamun ala ibadihi alladhina istafa. Sallallahu ta'ala alayhi wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa man wala amma ba'd. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad kama sallaita ala Ibrahim wa ala ali Ibrahim innaka Hamidum Majid. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So, week 12, alhamdulillah, we're still on schedule for the class, and we are starting the chapter of Salah today, and the readings was from page 69 to 74. Page 69 to 74. You also saw the message sent out by Sheikh Mudassir about Sheikh Faraz Khan visiting IOK, inshallah. It's a collaborated event between IOK and Zaytuna. Sheikh Faraz Khan, who is the translator of the book, not the author, was the translator of the book, is going to be speaking about the intellectual project of Imam Ghazali. And there will be some time for the students, inshallah, to meet with him and ask him questions directly. So if you can come this Saturday evening after Maghrib, please do so, inshallah. All right. So the chapter of Salah, just like how the chapter of Salah is prefaced by the chapter of Tahara, which is prefaced by the chapter of theology, because there's a progression in a person's belief and the resulting actions, right? So a person believes, and then a person is in a state of ritual purity, in a state of cleanliness, and then they pray. And when it comes to Salah, the first thing that usually starts off the chapter is the time of Salah, which is the majority of what we're going to talk about today. And moving beyond that is adhan, iqama, and so on, right? So what you find in this type of progression, and for the most part, we don't really have a lot of complicated things to talk about today. But generally speaking, before you even start talking about Salah, you're going to talk about all of the things that are prerequisites of Salah. All of the things that need to be done prior to even a person starting their prayer. And within the prerequisites, time is the one that has to be kept in mind, because it's for a set period during the day, and all of the other prerequisites for every salah can be done instantaneously or can be done in the moment. So for example, a person can face the qibla in a moment, a person can make wudu in a moment, and so on. However, the time of prayer is something that a person has to be cognizant of, because as Allah says, Inna salata kanat ala al-mu'minina kitaban mawquta, that salah is an obligation upon the believers at fixed times, right? So time is very important. And in pre-modern times, basically before what we would call the work day, or at least the typical dividing of the day between work hours and off work hours, 9 to 5, and then off work hours, or a person can divide their day in many ways. 12-12 if they're doing intermittent fasting, then 16-8, or like what have you, right? But for the vast majority of Islamic history, people set their schedules according to Salah, right? So it will be post this Salah or pre this Salah, for example, right? And if you think about it, it's a very easy way to keep track of many different things. And it's a very easy way to segment the day as well, right? And if you go to Muslim countries that have strict rules on businesses being open during Salah, so for example the Haramain, then you kind of see how society, if it operates on the Salah schedule, people are more or less not forced, but they're reminded, and encouraged to kind of cater to that, and of course schedule their day around Salah, right? Even if they don't pray themselves, sometimes you'll find like shopkeepers, they'll close their shops, they'll just stand in front of the shops, they're talking, right? They're not going to go pray, but the businesses are closed, right? So the time of Salah is something to be mindful of. And if a person asks themselves, what is the point of learning the times of prayer today when we have phones? We have phones, we have our Salah apps, we have all of these technologies that allow us to know precisely when the time of Salah will start, which is why when you actually go through the reading, and if you go through when you go through the material, you'll see that it's very difficult using the quote unquote ancient methods to pinpoint an exact minute, right? For us, for example, we might be able to say sunset, or sunset is at 4:55. Like that's very precise because our technology is able to track the movement of the sun and calculate the movement of the sun as Allah has designed so precisely, right? Because of our technology, right? However, in ancient times, when people were literally eyeballing it, you couldn't say exactly at this minute, at this second, right? It was kind of a range. It was kind of a range in the timing of the Salah, when it would start, when it would end. So, having it be a second or two or a minute or two off at that time wasn't a huge deal because there was no other way for you to say extremely, and precisely that this is exactly when this Salah time has ended. For us, it's going to be slightly different because we are able to say exactly when it is this time versus this time and so on, right? So if somebody asks you, what's the point of learning the Salah times when clearly we have phones? Well, imagine a scenario where you don't have access to your phone, right? Like how would you determine the timing of Salah, right? Maybe it's a technology-free weekend, hypothetically speaking. There's no such thing, right? Maybe you went camping, for example. Maybe you went camping and the national park doesn't have Wi-Fi, right? And you're using like a good old-fashioned compass and things like that. So imagine trying to just figure out the timings of Salah using the natural elements around you. As Allah mentions in many verses of the Quran, the natural world is not just part of time, they're also instruments of keeping time. So the movement of the sun tells us the daylight hours, the movement of the moon, or at least the waxing and waning of the moon, right, tells us the passage of the months, right? Utilizing the shadows of the objects cast on the ground, right, is a way of telling the passage of time, and so on and so forth, right? All of these are ways of keeping track of time as well, right? So there's a very great wisdom of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that's found within the creation as well, right? So the sun doesn't just provide light so you can go and seek sustenance, which Allah mentions in the Quran, but also provides heat. And it provides heat to the degree that will not be harmful, right? And provide, and is close enough that it can provide some heat. When you have the movement of the sun, you are able to also just keep track of the time of the day so that you could pray. Okay. So any questions from the readings before we get started with the slides? So the majority of it is just about the times themselves. The last two pages are just about adhan and iqama, which obviously every person should know how to give. And even for the sisters, if it's, for example, a sisters only gathering, then to give the adhan, is necessary to know, or at the very least to give the iqama for a sisters only congregation, jama'ah, right? Is good to know. Yes. I mean, you can, right? I mean, just publicly, the role falls on the men, right? Mhm. So, any questions? Yes.
It talks about like the delaying the prayers like a specific point and how that's useful.
Okay, which page? Okay. Okay, footnote 190, page 70.
Like in general, what takes precedent if it comes down to like you're gonna pray Jama'ah, but it's gonna be like really delayed within that time?
It would be praying earlier. So if for example, salah is being delayed because you want to pray in jama'ah, but it gets to the point where it's that late of asr, because footnote 190 is talking specifically about asr, right? So this is under the recommended times for asr to delay it before the sun changes. So this is according to the Hanafi position. We're going to talk about it, that the Shafi'is and the Hanafis, they differ on the ending time of Dhuhr, which is the starting time of Asr. And for the Hanafis, it's the later time. However, it's not so late that the sun changes. And that's what the footnote is explaining. What does it mean for the sun to change? So it simply means that as the sun is, getting closer to setting, the rays of the sun kind of retract within it, right? Which allows you to directly look at the sun without like squinting or without like shielding your eyes. That's what we call change of the sun, right? And you can clearly understand that within 15, 20 minutes of sunset, the sun is like bright orange or bright red, whatever, or it's a very dull yellow, and it's something that you can look at directly. You don't need any glasses, you don't need to shield your hands and so on, right? So to delay it up until that point without any reason is considered very, very disliked, even though technically speaking, it's still the time of Asr, because the time of Asr is up until sunset. So it shouldn't be delayed to the point where it's that late, especially for Jama'ah. A person should just pray if it's going to end up being late. However, if it was for a legitimate reason and then they happen to pray in Jama'ah together, that's different.
I have a question.
Yes.
It's page 70.
Yes.
It's number 5 from the main text. The time of Isha and Witr is from that point until right before Fajr. That's what I was taught, and then I was told that it's until
Midnight.
the middle of the night, and then you can't pray Isha after that. But then I read later in this chapter that it's disliked to do that. So it's not like
So
the time over?
Yeah, so the idea again is to unnecessarily delay Isha that late and past midnight. If it's by necessity, that's different. The only thing that can be delayed after Isha is witr, and that could be prayed in the last third of the night before the time of Fajr begins, right? Because up until the time of Fajr, the time of Isha is still there, which means, say, for example, somebody did not have the opportunity to pray Isha until 2 a.m. Did still pray Isha because the time of Isha is still there up until Fajr. Does that make sense? Yeah, but it shouldn't be delayed unnecessarily. Any other questions?
I had a question on page 72.
Yes.
It's the 199, that footnote
Mm-hmm.
about the adhan. So it's saying that it's wajib to do adhan. So, for example, like when I'm on campus and we're in like a meditation space area, it's like, do you have to give the adhan if there's like no one there? Is it just something you do because it's like wajib, or is it if it's actually going to call people to the space to pray?
Yeah, so the function of adhan, the utility of adhan, obviously, it was, as is described in the hadith, as a way to alert the people of salah, because you're engaged in different things during the day, and it is a way for you to be alerted to the fact that it is the time of salah. So it makes sense to do so when it is being done. Yeah, on the speaker, things like that. If a person is praying in the MSA room, for example, then to give adhan, maybe not necessarily at the same volume that you would in a masjid, but to give adhan, as a respect to, as it says, the sha'a, which is basically sacred symbol, right? It's a hallmark of the deen, and it shouldn't be neglected unnecessarily. So in the MSA room, the first person, for example, can just, give a quick adhan, and it's not with the purpose of having every person on campus know that is the time of Dhuhr or Asr, for example, right? But rather just to, respect the adhan itself as respect to the adhan itself. Now, the footnote mentions the adhan specifically applying to men. So it is considered makruh. So again, it's according to the madhab, but within a women-only congregation, if the iqama or adhan is done, perhaps not at the same volume, or at the very least, even if just iqama is done before salah starts, it should be fine. It's not done in the masjid because typically speaking, the women's only congregation wouldn't happen at the masjid, right? If it was to happen in any of these times, because the masjid was always populated. But think about, for example, any event that's women only, for example, or at a home where there's a gathering and there are these halaqas and programs that happen. And if iqama is given, then it should be fine. It's not going to harm the jama'ah or the salah.
And really quick follow-up to the adhan question. If there's a jama'ah happening in your house, like with your family, should you also try to give the adhan at every single salah?
I mean, it would be nice if it's done, but it won't be considered necessary. But if the jama'ah is happening, then iqama should be given at least.
Okay.
Mhm. So even, sometimes you'll see when a person is praying by themselves, they might end up giving the iqama for themselves. right? There's nothing wrong with that if they do so, but the purpose of iqama is again to alert the people present that Jama'ah is about to start, which is why you have the phrase قَدْ قَامَتِ الصَّلَاةِ within the iqama, because it's to alert the people that, Jama'ah is about to begin.
Do you still have to do that if you already hear the adhan from outside the house?
I mean, the iqama and adhan are separate things. So whether a person hears the adhan or not, from their own home, if they want to do the iqama for themselves or for their family, that's fine. If for example, for some reason, they're so this might happen. This might happen in the Haramain, for example, where a person is in a hotel lobby that's close to the haram, and the mic system of the haram is in the lobby. They're kind of hearing the iqamah and so on, and they're following the jama'ah, then it's not necessary. Or if it's like an adhan app or something that gives the iqamah, right? Perhaps no need to repeat it, but generally speaking, if a jama'ah does it for themselves, it's fine. It's not connected to hearing the adhan or not. For the most part, that doesn't happen because a lot of our adhans and most of our masajid across the country, they're not able to be on loudspeaker, right? So, but the adhan is happening, so you can still do iqamah for yourself in your home.
I was asking because I live in Egypt, so I hear the iqama outside.
Yeah, so if you hear it from out, so that's going to alert you for the fact that the jama'ah in the masjid is happening, right? And if a person stands up and starts praying, then that's fine. It's not necessary for them to repeat the iqamah for themselves, right? It's not necessary for them to repeat the iqamah for themselves, but they're not obviously following the jama'ah of a masjid, unless I'm not sure. I know in certain Muslim countries it's possible for like the neighborhood masjids, jama'ah to be heard outside of the masjid, and people might pray outside of the masjid, for example, on the street or on the courtyard or something like that. So that would be different. But yeah, you don't need to repeat it for yourself, even if you hear it. Yes.
So I think that says that the page 73, the original one, that after a sort of claiming the known, that there's like that it's not just repeating it.
Yeah. So the reply to the adhan in iqama, the vast majority of the reply to the adhan, there's no reply to the iqama, obviously, right? The reply to the adhan is a repetition of what the adhan is, except some phrases. So hayya ala salah and hayya ala al-falah, right? Is usually la hawla wa la quwwata illa billah, right? So there's no power or might except Allah. And for the adhan of Fajr, you have the additional phrase before Allahu Akbar, la ilaha illallah. At the end, as-salatu khayrun min an-nawm, which means sleep is better than, prayer is better than sleep. As-salatu khayrun min an-nawm. And in footnote 201 on page 73, about halfway down, it says that the reply to that, the response to that could be the following: Sadaqta wa bararta wa bil haqqi nataqta, right? Basically, you are right and you did well and you have spoken the truth, right? Okay. Or ma sha Allahu kan, right? Wa ma lam yasha lam yakun. Whatever Allah wills exists, and whatever He does not exist, right? It's basically a response to what the person is saying, right? If they are awake at the time of the adhan being given, and even if they don't know this exact response, if they just say La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah, should be considered sufficient as well, because the meaning doesn't contradict, right? That whoever does so, then they are simply responding to what the mu'adhin is saying. Right? Okay.
I had a question about the iqama for page 73. For Hanafis, the number of times that you say everything doesn't change between iqama and adhan.
Yes. So for the Hanafis, the adhan and the iqama are identical, except, with the addition of qad qamati salah, which means the number of times you say each phrase remains the same, which is two. For the other madahib, the adhan is twice, right? And if you kind of think about it, rationally speaking, the adhan being twice is more so to ensure that people are hearing, right? That it's not finished as quickly, versus the iqama, which is being said for the people who are present. So you kind of say it, once as opposed to twice. Qad qamati salah is said twice because that's the main part of the iqama, to alert the people that Jama'ah is about to begin. Any other questions? No? All right. So let's start with the slides. Mhm. From last year's. All right. I'm not sure why the slides keep on coming out blurry for screen sharing. All right. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So first, session on chapter of Salah. This is going to last for a good couple of weeks. The goal, hopefully, if I'm not mistaken, according to the schedule, I think we are supposed to be doing Kitab al-Salah. Kitab al-Sawm, which is chapter of fasting, end of February, early March, which is right before Ramadan and right in the first week of Ramadan, inshallah. So if we're able to stick to the schedule, it'll be on time, inshallah. All right. So when we talk about the timings of Salah, it's necessary to know what we are using for, calculating the time itself, right? And it's necessary to know at least somewhat of the physical world, right? So one of the great tragedies of modern day society, right? Not to be, dramatic, right? But it is a true tragedy if you think about it, is that we're cut off from the natural world, right? We're cut off from the things that Allah mentions constantly throughout in the Quran that are the signs of the Creator, that are the signs of the power of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, right? So everything is very much at a distance, right? Things that would have produced, awe and wonder at the world is at a distance. Things that would have typically shocked and horrified people, are at a distance. So violence, war is at a distance, killing happens at a distance, right? There's nothing that makes you confront the reality of life. If you just think about how easily people are, susceptible to certain types of sin, not just because it's normalized, but because of technology, right? And all of the avenues of zina and so on, right? You have this disconnect, right? Which prevents a person from looking too deeply in what they're doing, right? So when you're connected to the natural world, when you are connected with the creation of Allah, then a person automatically, ideally, would have a deeper appreciation for what Allah has given them, right? A reason why food wastage has kind of, drastically and dramatically and continuously increases is because there's a lot of abundance because of globalization, because of how our food economy works and things like that, but also because people are not connected to the process, right? Imagine, growing your own vegetables, growing your own stuff, or at least seeing the product of your own labor. You would not be so careless about it, right? The reason why we are so careless, the reason why we might not care about, inhumane treatments of animals, for example, even if they're slaughtered in a halal way, is because we don't see the animals ever. You always find them, packaged, cut clean, ready for consumption, right? But imagine seeing animals all the time, like having chickens in a coop, which, majority of us might have seen elsewhere from, maybe our grandparents' house in some other part of the world, right? But when you are constantly in contact with animals, it might not cross your mind to be unnecessarily cruel for no reason, right? But when it's like at a distance, when it's sanitized and when it's hidden from sight, it's easy to ignore the kind of inhumane treatment because you're not forced to confront it. When it comes to like child labor, it's not something that majority of us might think about, consciously, because it's hidden from sight, right? So the point is that when you're connected with the natural world, a person has a greater appreciation of the system that Allah has created around them, right? They're not just there for, they're there for more than one function. The sun is not there just to give light, is not there just to give heat, but it is there to keep track of the passage of time. So when you think about your salah, the vast majority happens during the day. So the sun rises from the east and sets on the west. So when we talk about Fajr, and we're going to go over the points separately, but just to give a visual, when we talk about dawn, when we talk about Fajr, when we talk about the starting time of Fajr, we are talking about when there is this much light visible. How much light we're going to talk about, right? But the 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 slide itself is supposed to show you that darkness of the night, and then you start seeing some light in the horizon, some light in the sky. And you have this time period from the time Fajr starts up until the sun rises. And when we say the sun rises, we mean the first ray of the sun is visible beyond the horizon. We don't mean fully risen. We mean the first ray of the sun is visible beyond the horizon. So what you have in between is what we call twilight. Right? Where it's in between, light and dark, essentially. And then you have the entire day, right? So you have the horizon, the sun moves throughout the day. Pretty much around the midway point, when the sun passes the midway point, which is what we call the sun passing its zenith, which is what we call zawal. The word zenith comes from the word zawal. Actually, if you look at the etymology of the word, is when we have dhuhr, right? So dhuhr is literally halfway in daylight hours, right? It's when the sun passes the midway point of the sky. Closer to sunset is when Asr happens. Asr essentially is in this area right here. And then when you have sunset means when the last ray of the sun, when the last visible ray of the sun, we're not talking about light, because after the sun sets, there's still light in the sky, right? We're not talking about light. We're talking about the rays of the sun. When it dips below the horizon fully, that's when the time of Maghrib starts. For the Shi'as, they take the word night literally, which is why they pray Maghrib much later. Well, they kind of combine Maghrib and Isha, right? But they push it much later, and they break their fast much later, because they wait for all of the light to disappear, right? Because they take the word night literally. Once you have sunset, you still have light left in the sky, which is what we call twilight, which is when Maghrib is still able to be prayed. Once twilight is gone as well, is what we would typically call dusk. That's when the time of Isha starts. So the window for Maghrib is very short, because twilight, and especially during the winter times, Maghrib comes around 4:50-ish, 4:55-ish right now, right? And Isha comes around 6:05. So just over an hour, right? So this is, a visual of the points of every salah. And it's necessary to know what we mean by these terms when we talk about the salah times, because they're not exactly the same as what they mean in English. So for example, when we say sunrise, in the Shari'i sense, we mean when the sun has started to peek out beyond the horizon, has started to rise beyond the horizon, right? Which is what we call sunrise in English as well, but typically it's associated more so when the sun has fully come out of the horizon, right? When it's fully visible. So a reason why Fajr and Maghrib is so important to keep track of, not just because of the Salah, because the timings of Fajr and Maghrib are a process. In other words, the dipping of the sun and the rising of the sun doesn't happen instantaneously, which means the lightening of the sky and the darkening of the sky doesn't happen instantaneously, right? There's a gradient level, essentially, right? And the timings of Fajr and Maghrib are also connected to fasting, because your fast starts at the time of Fajr, not sunrise. It stops at the time of Maghrib, not sunset. So having the Fajr and Maghrib times, well done, or at least knowing them properly, is also necessary just for your fast as well. Yeah. in between sunset and dusk, right? So dusk is when all light from the sky has disappeared and it's completely dark, and that's when the time of Isha begins. Twilight is basically when we have the time of Maghrib, right? So we don't wait for all of the light to disappear. We wait for the sun to disappear, not for the light of the sun. Any questions? So a more technical way of looking at Fajr and Maghrib is this way. So there's a reason why I'm bringing this up, because you might have heard of like this what they call a difference of opinion of the time of Fajr, called 18 degrees and 12 degrees. So what do they mean by degrees and so on? Right? So when you are measuring how far the sun is under the horizon, you are basically saying degrees. Okay. So 18 degrees is what we call astronomical twilight. Okay. So as you can see, based on the coloring, astronomical twilight has some light versus night. Okay. Which means there's some light, but it's still pretty dark. Nautical has more light, civil has the most light, but it's still not yet sunrise. Okay. So 18 degrees is what we call astronomical twilight. 12 degrees is what we call nautical twilight. Don't worry, this isn't going to come up on the test. This is more intellectual exercise, right? Why is this important to know? Because when you do have a difference of opinion, oftentimes it's because it's to do with something very, very important. So the verse of the Quran says you cannot pray salah, or salah is obligated upon the believer at a fixed time. Now, if you are saying your salah starts earlier, that means you can pray Fajr earlier. Also importantly, your time of suhoor or your fast is going to end earlier. Following? If you say your salah time starts later, as in 12 degrees, which is at least 15 minutes, 20 minutes, depending on the time of the year, that means you have a little extra time before your window of suhoor closes and before you have to pray Fajr. Now, most places follow the 12 degrees opinion. So Fajr is slightly later, right? Some places will follow the astronomical, the 18 degrees, and that's just out of precaution, right? Right. So the 15 degrees is basically an opposition to 18. So it's 18, 15. So it's in between. So the 12 degrees is according to how like astronomers will have the twilight separated, like 18, 12, 6. But the salah is like 18, 15. Like the opinion of the start time of Fajr is 18, 15. So 18 remains the same. The 15 is very specifically when it's slightly dark, but getting towards light. So it's, maybe at this point right here. So for example, if you think about Fajr during Ramadan, most places pray Fajr in Ramadan at the earliest time because people are awake for suhoor. If they want to come to the masjid for Fajr, they're going to pray as soon as the time comes in. The sky is still dark. Versus if you were to go for Fajr any other time of the year, it would still be brighter out, much lighter than it would be during Ramadan because you are giving it more time. Okay. So my point of bringing it up is to show you that when you do have this type of difference of opinion. It's based on something factual. And it's very difficult to determine, and this is mentioned when we get to the slides, it's very difficult to determine exactly 18 degrees versus 15 degrees. So, I have colleagues who've kind of went to areas. So first of all, it's easier to determine this when you don't have light pollution, which is not possible for the vast majority of us because we're always in light pollution. So I've had colleagues who went to like national forests, national parks, right? Where there's very little, light pollution. And they've said at 18 degrees, it's still pitch black. So it depends also on geography, where you are on the planet, right? And also during the time of the year, all of those things have to be taken into account. So it's not that easy to say exactly at 18, but 15 is more easier to follow because it's definitely closer towards sunrise and you're going off of like a visible amount of light in the sky. Does that make sense? So when we talk about degrees, 15 degrees, 18 degrees, what they're talking about is how low is the sun below the horizon. If it's 18 degrees still below the horizon, that means the light of the sun has not yet come out of the horizon and you don't see it in the sky. The closer it gets to the horizon, the more light you get in the sky until the sun itself is visible beyond the horizon. Does that make sense? So when you're measuring light, you're measuring it based on the distance of the sun below the horizon. Okay. So the first 3 slides are just, informational for you to have some idea of what these terms mean. So when you talk about darkness, you're talking about the sun being at least, we're starting from the bottom. You're talking about the sun being at least more than 18 degrees below the horizon. So if you are away from light pollution, the sky will appear to be black. There's no light, right? Because, the sun is that far away still. You could see stars, and depending on where you are, and if you can find it, the Milky Way is visible, right? When you have astronomical twilight, so this is 18 degrees, so 12 to 18 degrees below the horizon, the sun is slightly closer to the horizon. The sky is still very dark, but it's bright in a westerly direction, right? So you kind of still see stars, but you start seeing the light from the sky, from the sun as well. Nautical twilight is kind of when we start praying Fajr, right? This is when the sun is about 6 to 12 degrees below the horizon. The sky is still darker. Now you need artificial light to see clearly outdoors. Now only the brightest stars can be seen. This is typically if you were to wake up when Fajr time starts based on your Adhan app, for example, this is kind of what you would see, right? Some light depending on where you live. If you live in an area where you can kind of see in the distance and you're not, blocked off by other buildings, you will see light closer to the horizon. Okay. Civil twilight, this is like right before sunrise, right? This is when the sun is about 6 degrees below horizon. It's still technically time of Fajr, because as long as the first ray of the sun does not start coming beyond the horizon, the sun is still below the horizon and the sun yet has not started to rise, so you can still pray. Sky is bright, particularly in a western direction. A few of the brightest stars can be seen in the east, and you can see outdoors clearly without artificial light. I don't know what Salah app you might be using. So, if you go to your app settings in your Salah app, if you go under prayers, right, at least on my phone, right, you'll have, sorry, let's see if you guys can see it. You'll have, sorry, yeah, right there. It says calculation method under prayers. What is that about, right? So if you look at calculation method, it says Fajr 15 degrees, Isha 15 degrees. That's what they're referring to. right? That's what they're referring to. And then you have some other, national bodies, right? Qura, Karachi, Egyptian General Authority of Survey, some France one, Singapore. You have the Jafari one, which is the 12 Shias, right? You have a lot, right? You have Turkey, because each one kind of has their own, degrees set based on their geographic location. Does that make sense? So the Muslim World League actually follows the 18 degrees, the earlier Fajr time and the later Isha time, right? And again, why is this important? Because where you start your Fajr is how you are going to determine suhoor. We're going to talk about this when we get to the chapter of fasting, but generally speaking, out of precaution, it's recommended to stop eating earlier. Stop eating earlier, but you can pray Fajr later. So you have like about a 10-minute window in between. Typically, we have the end time of suhoor coincide with the start time of Fajr, right? But if you follow the 18-degree of Fajr, you're basically stopping to eat earlier, right? You use the earlier Fajr time to stop eating earlier, and you use the later Fajr time to start praying Fajr, because 18 degrees, according to some places, is still pitch black. So you kind of want to err on the side of caution, right? So you wake up, it's like 5 minutes before Fajr, to kind of push it to the point where Fajr is about to start. That's not recommended, right? Sometimes you're like, drinking and you're looking at the phone, like it's like a race against the clock, right? It's best not to do that, right? It's best not to do that, because you don't want to get it to the point where Fajr time has already started and you're still drinking. We're going to talk about this more when we get to the chapter of fasting, because there are some misconceptions that people have about certain hadith and the stopping time of eating and so on, right? But for Fajr, this is kind of where you have this difference of opinion come. Because if you're basing it off of the movement of the sun and you're using the light of the sun in the sky to determine the start time of Fajr, how much light has to be visible in the sky? So 18 degrees in some parts of the world is still pitch black. So you can't start Fajr that early. So a sweet spot for most people ends up being between 18 and 15, if not exactly at 15 onward, right? So having said all that, if you look at your Salah apps, under prayers with the calculation method, there might be something called juristic method, and that they kind of updated it. They had basically as default for the other three madhab, and then they had Hanafis. Like, why? You can't, you can just say other three madhab and the Hanafi, right? So that is based on the different times of Asr, okay? And we'll talk about that as well, inshallah.
Like for Fajr Isha, it says that they did it by doing 1/7 of the night.
There are many different ways of calculating, and the problem is you have to follow a calculation based on your own location, because how you see the sun and how much light you see is going to be based on your own geographic location. Not every part of the planet will see it at the same time, in the same degree, at the same time of the year. It's just natural, right? There's so many things that go into this. So it's very difficult for a person to say, I'm going to follow that set of opinions, but it has nothing to do with their own locality. So it's always best to follow your local opinion, simply because it's based on where you are. Okay. So the time of Fajr is doubly critical because of fasting, because our uh, uh, fast starts as soon as the time of Fajr begins. So what you have in the book, this is mentioned, right? So when it comes to light in the sky, you have something called true dawn. This is where we get the term subh sadiq, right? True dawn versus the false dawn versus subh al-kadhib, right? False dawn simply means there's a vertical light in the sky. There's a vertical light in the sky. Okay. What we are looking for as light in the sky to determine the start of Fajr is what we call true dawn. This is horizontal light along the horizon, because that's where the sun is going to rise from. And the sun obviously doesn't rise, like the light of the sun is not vertical, it's horizontal. The entire horizon lights up, right? So you're looking for a band of light almost on the horizon. So this is what we call subh al-sadiq, right? There's about a 12-minute difference between the two, because again, the night sky changes gradually, all right? Because from pitch black to how much light is visible in the sky till the point where the sun is close enough to the horizon that you see light on the horizon itself, light is going to appear in the sky in various ways. So it's not enough for a person to say, I will start praying Fajr as soon as I see light in the sky. Does that make sense? You're not going off of that. You're going off of light in the sky that's coming from the sun being close enough to the horizon. Right? This is what we call subh al-sadiq, right? And the amount of light that you will find in the sky is obviously determined by the position of the sun, in relation to the horizon itself, right? Which is where you get the 18 degrees, 15-degree debate. So where do you start for Fajr? If you start anywhere after 18, you're fine. But generally speaking, 18 is very early, right? And 15 is not necessarily late, because you have up until sunrise to actually pray. Does that make sense? So even if you follow the 15-degree time for Fajr, you're still good. What it impacts is your start time of your fast. So as I mentioned, some scholars recommend that out of precaution, it's best if you stop eating at the 18-degree time and you start praying at the 15-degree time. So you're kind of erring on the side of caution for both. You're not praying Fajr too early, and you are not extending your suhoor into the time of Fajr, right? That might be easy for some people in some places of the world during some days. What I mean by that is, if you were to look at the difference between 18 and 15, sometimes, like for example, in the UK, right, it might be 45 minutes to an hour. And that's a lot of time to add to your fast, especially when you're fasting the vast majority of the day and you're breaking your fast pretty much at 9-10 o'clock, and you're praying Tarawih and you have like maybe 4 or 5 hours max up until it's that difficult. So for those places, it might be better to, kind of take the later time, right? But generally speaking, if it's a negligent or at least a minimal amount of time, 10-15 minutes max, then you just, stop eating 10-15 minutes earlier, right? You kind of just, use that time for tahajjud or something like that, right? But that's what it ends up affecting, right? So it's not more so Fajr itself, because if you start praying slightly earlier, inshallah, you're still within the time itself, right? Sometimes, a person might wake up early and, they check their phone and they're like, oh, it's, Fajr comes in at 5:18, right? Because our alarms might not be exactly at 5:18, it might be later. Say, for example, a person wakes up at 5 o'clock. They just wake up and they're like, oh, I might as well make wudu and stuff, right? So they make wudu and use the restroom, they make wudu, and they start praying at 5:15. 5:18 is the time, and they start praying at 5:15. But 5:18 is the time according to 15 degrees, which means you're still within the time period. You're off by a minute, but it's still within the acceptable range, right? That's okay. So this more so affects the start time of the fast, right? Which is why it's so argued about, because it affects two acts of worship, your salah and your fast, right? Okay. So, yes.
Do they have to use special tools and technology to get to the 18?
Yeah. I
If
mean,
you just use your eyeballs, are you more close to the 15?
it's easier to determine the 15 just eyeballing the sky, because again, sometimes it might be deceiving because of light pollution. So it's not necessarily the light of the sun that you're seeing, but just light pollution, right? Which is why when you try to determine 1815 and connect it to a time, you notice in areas where there's no light pollution, you notice that at 18, which is the earlier time, it's still very dark. So perhaps not at 18, right? But at 15, you're going to see enough light, right? For most people, they'll base it off of what they see. You kind of peek through your blinds or something like that, right? It also depends on if the horizon is visible or not, right? If it's cloudy versus not, during the time of the year, summer versus winter. There's a lot of things that go into it, right? So in our times, it's much easier. To kind of pin down, because we have so much astronomical data, we have so much different tools to precisely, monitor the movement of the sun, versus in pre-modern times where it was literally, they had the advantage of not having light pollution to our degree, which is, they had, and for the most part, they had unobstructed views of the sky and horizon, because high-rise buildings weren't that many. Maybe you had the odd tower here and there, but generally speaking, you didn't have stuff blocking out the entire sky, right? So it was easier to determine in those times as well, right? So yes.
Is there a time?
It's difficult to say an exact time because it changes throughout the year based on the time. So it could be as close as 10 to 15 minutes, 20 minutes to almost an hour, which is why it's a hotly debated topic. Because if it was negligible by a few minutes throughout the year, it wouldn't have been an issue. But because it's such a big gap, proponents of 15 will point to the fact that it's so far apart, that hey, you're adding that much more time to your fast, and it might not be possible to do so for people who are already fasting like 16, 17 hours, right? And so on. All right. So the more cautious opinion between the two is 18 degrees, obviously, because it's the earlier time. But you have fatwas for both. You have, fatwas that support both opinions. And when you have a change in geographic location and latitude, right? That changes the time as well. So to find like a unified time for Fajr in between both is very difficult, because it constantly changes, right? So what some will suggest is that you adhere to the 18-degree time for your fast, because that's the more cautious opinion, and sometimes it might not be that much of a difference, so it's easier, versus 15 for Fajr, which is the later time, so you give enough time for Fajr to actually start. But ultimately, it's best to follow your own community, right? If one's community kind of follows one versus the other, then that's what you do as well. Right? Any questions? Okay. So the one salah that doesn't have another salah immediately following it is Fajr. What we mean by that is when Fajr time ends, there is no salah that you are immediately obligated to pray until Dhuhr time starts, right? That's the only one that has a gap in between, which means the start and stop time of the other four are easy to keep track of because it depends on the previous one ending. So when Dhuhr finishes, Asr starts automatically. When Asr finishes, Maghrib starts. When Maghrib finishes, Isha starts. When Isha finishes, Fajr starts, right? So the other four are back to back. Literally, it flows into the next one, right? So this is one of the reasons why when you are praying Salah and it skirts to the time of the next Salah, you could do it for the others because you're still praying the Salah during another prayer time. We're going to talk about that in a bit. But for Fajr, it's a hard cutoff at sunrise because there's no Salah after that. And it's a forbidden time to pray as well, right? So, say for example, sunrise right now is about 6:30-ish, 6:29-ish, right? 6:29. So somebody wakes up at 6:20, 10 minutes away for sunrise, right? Even though there's a lot of light visible in the sky because the sun is very close to the horizon, you still have time to make wudu and pray two fard, all before 6:29, right? So in pre-modern times, the idea would be to stop praying 10 minutes early out of precaution because sunrise happens gradually, right? And the light that is more visible in the sky just comes over a couple of minutes. It's very difficult for you to pinpoint exactly unless you were like up on a mountain and you had a clear sight of the horizon when exactly the sun starts to rise. But for us, because we have the exact minute that sun is actually considered rising, right? You could skirt it very close if necessary, right? But the idea, and this is something that many of us might have learned or heard growing up, that you're not supposed to pray 10 minutes before sunrise. It's more so for the fact that out of precaution you shouldn't, because you might just be praying while the sun is rising and you don't realize it. But when you have Salah app and things like that, which are more or less precise, you shouldn't count it down to the last second, but a couple of minutes off away from sunrise, if you're still praying your Fajr and you pray it quickly and you just pray your Fard, it should still be okay, right? But it shouldn't be delayed unnecessarily. All right. So the second Salah is Dhuhr. And Dhuhr starts at midday or after midday, more accurately. And midday, and midday is called Zawal, right? That's where you get the word zenith from, which is when the sun is in the middle of the sky. Now, the Zawal time is not more than a couple of minutes, right? Because the sun doesn't stop in the middle of the sky for a rest. The sun is continuously moving, right? So certain places, in South Africa, this is very common, where you had like this red light, where you had like this red bulb and green bulb by the mihrab, or you had this red bulb by the mihrab, which would be turned on during Zawal. So somebody coming in to the masjid wouldn't just start praying 2 rak'ahs of Tahiyyatul Masjid if they saw the light on, because it meant it was still that time of Zawal. Because you're not supposed to pray anything during the time of Zawal. You can pray before that, and after the time of Zawal, Dhuhr actually comes in. Now, for us, for all intents and purposes, for you to say Dhuhr is in the afternoon is not inaccurate, but it's not fully accurate either, right? If you had to put a term, Dhuhr is past noon. Afternoon is Asr, actually, because evening is Maghrib and night is Isha. Does that make sense? So we usually say Asr is evening because we think like, later, but afternoon is literally afternoon. Does that make sense? So Asr is afternoon, Dhuhr is at noon. So for you to think of Dhuhr as after Zawal is literally after the midday point. So this is easy to determine, or at least the start time of it is easy to determine based again on the movement of the sun. So if you've done the reading, then you know that when the sun is directly in the middle of the horizon, middle of the sky, it means the light of the sun is directly above every object, which means the shadow cast by the sun of every object is going to be very close to the object. You guys know how shadows work, right? So when you have the sun rising, the shadow is in the opposite direction. And as the sun is rising, the shadow is following it and until it comes right in the middle. So when the sun is right in the middle, so think about the function of, not necessarily obelisks, right? But the idea of having like these, big, fountains or like pillars in the town squares and things like that. It was very easy to tell the time based on the position of the shadow. Because when the sun was literally above and at the midway point of the sky, the shadow would be very, very close to the object itself. And once the sun starts dipping on the other side, then the shadow basically follows it on the opposite direction. Now, your Dhuhr starts as soon as the sun moves past the midway point, which is literally half of, daylight hours almost, right? And your Dhuhr time will end, according to the Hanafis, it will end when the shadow of an object is twice its own length minus the midday amount. So if you have like a phone, right? The shadow of the phone might be this much. That's its own length. Twice its own length would be this much, right? Now, where would the position of the sun be if it's its own length? Has to be higher, right? Because the shadows lengthen when the sun starts dipping more, because that's how shadows work, right? So when you have the shadows its own length of an object, the sun is still higher up in the sky, which is the Shafi'i and the other time for Asr, because they say own length, okay, based on a hadith, right? Own length, which means the sun is higher, which is why they start Asr earlier, right? About half hour, 45 minutes earlier, right? Because for them, the sun is supposed to be higher. For the Hanafis, they start Asr later. What does that mean? In simple terms, starting Asr later means the sun has dipped more, which has caused the shadow to lengthen, so twice his own length. That could be half hour, that could be 45 minutes, based on the time of the year. I mean, that's the reason why Salah apps are helpful, because again, for you to determine, it's not impossible to do something like this, like manually, right? But there are a lot of things that go into it. But just think, pre-modern times when they didn't have clocks, they determined everything based on the position of the sun. It was very easy to eyeball how long the length of something is, how long the shadow of something is, which simply pointed out to the position of the sun itself. Right? So minus the midday amount simply means when the sun is literally above an object, you could still see its shadow, but it's going to be very little and pretty much hugging the object itself. So this plus twice, right? Yeah,
I'm sure the Hanafis have their own like hadith for,
yeah.
so are we gonna go over that?
I mean, yeah, you'll go over it in fourth year.
No.
No, because I mean, when you have two hadith that are of equal strength, you have to go through the methodology or the fiqh of or the usul of why one hadith is preferred over the other, and then why the other hadith is not accepted by the other. Right? So they are based on hadith and they're based on interpretations of the hadith, and yeah.
Because is it one of those situations where it's like technically both are right? Because
Well, it is both right because we don't say that nobody, no madhab can say the other madhab is 100% wrong.
just because similar to how it affects two things, because if you pray Asr later, then one is really saying they could, although they should pray Dhuhr when it comes, they could take
That's the implication. That's the implication. So when a person follows one of the Asr times, it automatically means they follow one of the end times of Dhuhr. Because if you say your Asr starts earlier, that means your Dhuhr time ends earlier. Right? And if you say your Asr time starts later, that means your Dhuhr time starts later, which is one of the reasons why it is recommended to stick to one standard of practice, because you don't want to flip-flop every day in case you were just lazy and you're like, today I'll be Hanafi because I didn't pray. So I'm still going to pray on my time and then pray Asr at the later time. And so on, right? If a person, for example, follows the later Asr time, and once in a while it gets to a point where because of something they might end up missing Asr because they're not going to have time to pray it later, right? They could pray it in the earlier time if it's by necessity, but it simply means that they should have prayed Dhuhr before the start time of the earlier Asr if they want to follow that earlier opinion. Does that make sense? Because you can't have the best of both worlds. That's the point, right? It is literally a scenario where a person is like they want to, as they say, they want to have their cake and eat it too. Kids. Right. But yeah.
Like what falls under like you need to do it like sometimes like I usually pray like every time, but like sometimes like I'm going out, I know it's gonna be like tough. Like I can still pray Muslim, but I know it's gonna be tough. It's still like
I think that ends up being subjective, right? Because if we say that, I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna be at the mall, then it's gonna be tough to pray Asr at the mall. You can still find a way to pray. You go into a dressing room somewhere, right? Take a pair of jeans or something like that and pray in the dressing room, right? It's not like it's not possible, right? But say, for example, a reasonably difficult situation scenario might be when people are commuting during winter, right? And they're leaving work and they're going home. They pray Dhuhr. And if they were to, they could technically wait, pray Asr, and then leave work. But that would not be possible because they all got to leave at a certain point, for example. So they pray Asr early so that when they're on the way, they're in the car, they're not able to stop on the side of the road. Although technically you could say like, yeah, you could stop on the side of the road and pray. We're talking about reasonable, right? So a person can't stop on the side of the road, pray Asr, and make it home. Or by the time they get home, it will be already into the time of Maghrib. That would be a reasonable scenario, right? Because there's just no other way of them praying Asr in their usual time. So what they have to do is to make sure that they pray their Dhuhr before the start time of Asr, the earlier time, if they're praying Asr earlier. Because you don't want to overlap the two times. That's the point. Like every Salah time ends and the next one begins. If you follow the Hanafi Dhuhr time and the Shafi'i Asr time, it's like a Venn diagram, right? You're like overlapping it. You can't do that, right? So in order to not abuse it, you have to stick to one standard of either praying both early or praying both late, right? So that you don't end up just misusing, right? Sometimes, in some ways, in sometimes, in some scenarios, it might be necessary. In that case, a person will just make sure that they pray the Dhuhr early and well before the start time of the early Asr.
Like, would that make it 45 degrees?
I mean,
Or is it not?
no degrees are assigned because it's to make it easy to so the hadith that kind of the hadith that are kind of looked at uses the analysis of the hadith is based off of a house that's mentioned in the hadith and the roof of the, so there's like so much that goes into it because like the height of the roof versus like the shadow of the sun and so on, which is why none of the madhahib can say like, we're 100% right, you're 100% wrong, especially when both hadith are at the same degree of authenticity, right? So analysis of hadith is basically that. The hadith themselves doesn't specifically say pray Asr when the shadows are twice the length, or pray Asr when it's its own length, right? It's based off of other details that are mentioned in a hadith by which you get something like this.
What if, in addition to like the actual words of the Prophet ﷺ, like the hadith, wouldn't we also look at what the people of Medina did?
Well, yeah, I mean,
and then eventually,
well, all of the narrations are obviously from the Sahaba, and some of the details are explained by the Sahaba, right? For the Malikis, what the people of Medina did, or what the people of Medina practiced was a good determiner for what you should do because he was from Medina, right? And that's a hallmark of the Maliki school. But you're taking the hadith plus the positions of the Sahaba to come to a conclusion, right? And your analysis is going to differ based on a host of reasons, right? Sometimes it could be based on how you're translating a particular term, based on how you understand, the implications of something mentioned, and so on.
and also like, for example, if like, we have like so much information about so many people, do we not have the information on how like Abdullah ibn Mas'ud prayed? Because he's the grandfather of the Hanafi madhab.
Well, yeah, his opinions are basically the ones that we are following, right? So the analysis of the Sahaba or of what they did is what the madhahib based their opinions on, right? And later jurists of every madhab analyzed the same hadith and more or less corroborated the same opinions or got to their own conclusions, right?
So for example, like the Hanafi madhab, like does when they get to a conclusion, okay, it's two times the thing plus. So do they go and say the Prophet said this, and we're analyzing the hadith in this way, and also Ibn Mas'ud when he came to Iraq,
it's not necessary for every hadith to have a corroborating practice of a Sahaba.
But
right?
this is like one of the five most important things in our existence, right? So why would that?
So, because the hadith itself is sufficient.
Mhm.
Having the companion's practice is an added value, is a detail. And that is what you look at because that's who was present during the time of the Prophet ﷺ and saw him practice in real life. Now, in the absence of any recorded opinion, either verbal or practice, obviously they still prayed Dhuhr and Asr, but we might not have every detail about it because they also followed the same hadith, the ones that we are looking at as well. So the hadith itself is sufficient. Anything beyond the hadith, whether it's an explanation from the Sahaba or it's a practice of the Sahaba, merely corroborates what the hadith itself is already telling us. Right? So it's not necessary for a person to have a hadith and then to have a follow-up from a companion that corroborates the hadith, because having the hadith itself is sufficient. If you don't have a hadith, you look at the Sahaba because they were following something, and that's how you get your conclusion. Make sense?
Yeah, but it does make sense. Maybe it's a year for discussion. That's why it's going through my head. But would it be safe to assume that Ibn Masud was praying?
Yeah, so the Hanafi school is based on the position of not just Ibn Masud, like Umar radiallahu anhu and so on as well. And yes, it's not just them two as well, because other Sahaba definitely followed the hadith that said, or at least understanding of the hadith that Asr would be later.
That's like if saying if like we're looking at hadith, like if the Sahaba wouldn't look at the hadith, they would just look at what they did every day with the Prophet, right?
Yeah, exactly. So if the Prophet, for example, had done actions that were not always the same, which is why you might have hadith that talk about the Prophet raising his hands in Salah more than once, and you have hadith that talk about the Prophet raising his hands only in the beginning. They both come from the Prophet, they both saw the Prophet, so why would you have a difference in the practice of the Prophet? And that's where the Madhahib try to reverse engineer and understand why a difference might exist. So you have explanations such as, oh, the Prophet raised his hands more often in the beginning, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, in order to teach the people how to pray. And every point of the salah changing a position or a posture was preceded by the raising of the hands, which was a visual cue. Versus later on, when people already knew how to pray, the Prophet only did so in the beginning. So an explanation like that might exist, right? So the madhahib are the ones that, based on their own ijtihad, they will determine what was the earlier practice of the Prophet, what was the later practice of the Prophet, which one seems more likely, and they're going to try to contextualize it. Because if you have two hadith that are narrating two contradictory actions of the Prophet of the same thing, you can't discard one of them when it's authentic. So that means you need an explanation for it. That's where all of the usul of the madhahib come in. Like they determine in different ways which opinion is more likely. And again, the adopted position is according to the best of their interpretation, is according to the best of their knowledge, with the possibility that they might be wrong and the other one is better.
So is the Hanafi later time more because it's safer? Like, or is it like, for example, like
it could be a reason.
Could be a reason.
Could be a reason.
Because it has like a double edge. I'm speaking from coming from that region. What the thing that always bothered me is people, like generally speaking, people delay the Dhuhr prayer until like Asr is about to start. And I was thinking like, what if this is wrong, hypothetically? You're missing Dhuhr every single day. If it doesn't become a problem if you pray Dhuhr on time, and then you're safe, because technically if the Hanafi madhab is correct, then you pray Dhuhr on time, everybody prays Dhuhr at the same time. And then they're just being safe, just like you would be like with the 18 degrees and the 15 degrees. So
for every salah time, the Prophet ﷺ said the best thing to do is to pray salah as soon as it starts, right? Which is the ideal. If a person can't pray it at the beginning, you have the entire time period, technically speaking, to pray, right? So if somebody, for example, because of work reasons, right, say for example, they only have one lunch break, right? And they take their lunch break at, so Asr right now comes in at 3:06. So say for example, they have a half-hour lunch break. And they want to pray Dhuhr and Asr at work because they're not going to get time to do so later. So they take their half-hour break or whatever it is, whatever break it is, they take it at 2:45. So say for example, they have two lunch breaks, half hour. The first one is for lunch. The second one they do for Salah. They take their break at 2:45. It's still the time of Dhuhr. They make wudu, they pray Dhuhr, it's 3 o'clock. Asr starts at 3:06. They've delayed it necessarily because they can't pray it at any other time. It's still the time of Dhuhr. 3:06, Asr has started. They pray Asr and then they go back to work. So you've kind of combined, but you still prayed both in their own times. If you do that necessarily, that's fine. But in the summer, this is the most obvious because Dhuhr can go up until 6, right? Even if you follow the earlier Asr time, Dhuhr can go up until 5:15, 5:30. So if somebody is delaying it up until that point, and if they're doing it for a reason, that's fine. They shouldn't do it unnecessarily. But as long as both are prayed in their own time, they're still correct, right? So yes, the later Asr time has the advantage of being more so in the time of Asr, but we're not going to disregard the fact that there is hadith that support the position of Asr being slightly earlier.
Yeah, I guess the problem arises, is if people delay their Dhuhr just out of laziness until Asr, and then you delay Asr until almost Maghrib is about to start. I was gonna comment when you said people think that Asr is the evening prayer, probably because most people are praying like 20 minutes before.
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be delayed unnecessarily. Most masjids pray Asr, their Jama'ah time is in the later Asr time. Because it helps more people attend, right? It becomes tricky during the winter times when you have two Jumu'ahs happening in a masjid, for example, right? And sometimes this, impacts other people who are a stickler about it. So if I'm not mistaken, the Hanbali position is that you can start the khutbah of Jumu'ah before the time of Dhuhr starts. So you might be starting khutbah at 12:15. Dhuhr starts at 12:30 because khutbah goes up until 12:30. Then you have adhan, Arabic khutbah, and then your salah ends up happening in the Dhuhr time. But then by the time your second Jumu'ah finishes, it might be 2 o'clock, and your Asr, the earlier Asr, might be at like 2:15, 2:20. That becomes a little difficult. But people who follow the earlier Asr, they know I gotta pray the earlier Jumu'ah. The ones who pray the later Asr, they are fine attending whichever one because for them it's slightly late. Question?
I think you just answered, but so if there's like, let's say like a couple of my friends or there's people out there actually praying at an earlier house, very grateful, I can join them. Like, can I join them for Hasa, even though I usually pray at the late?
If like people who are a stickler for adhering to one position will say no, you just wait for your own Asr, right? So this is something that I had to figure out after I got married because my wife follows the earlier Asr time, right? So usually when it's like outings, I'm the driver, so I'll be like, we'll go at this time because my Asr, like we'll pray and then it will go, right? But most people when they learn the times of Salah, they're not learning based on madhab, they're just learning based on practice of the community. And you might just end up praying Asr at the earlier time, Dhuhr at the earlier time, which is fine, absolutely legitimate. You don't have to change your practice just because you married into another madhab or something like that, right? That's fine, So if it's for a legitimate reason, there's no problem for them to join, right?
Like, even if there was no reason, like I can pray also the later time, but
It comes down to how closely a person would want to adhere to a particular standard, right? So proponents of like 100% sticking to one standard will say you can't pray at all. Others will say it's okay if you do it once in a while, right? And others will say it's fine because it's still a legitimate time. But it comes down to having already prayed Dhuhr previously, and if you want to join the earlier Asr time, once in a while it should be fine, right? It's not necessary for you to stay back and not pray. The other way around is easier because if you pray Asr and you join the later Jama'ah because other people are praying, then that'll just become optional prayer. Does that make sense? But
People who live far north, the sun is always towards the east, so for them, how would they calculate twice like because I don't know how they calculate it's always so much.
yeah, which is why for a lot of those places currently is just following either the closest location where they could just get a good timing, right? Yeah, basically. But for us today, because we have like Salah apps and things like that, it's not necessary to think to that level of detail, right? But places where the sun is always visible, for example, right? How do you determine Salah time then? Because the very thing that you might have used, right, is not really helping, right? Because it's always visible. So at that time, if I'm not mistaken, what you do is you base it off of the closest location where there is a more or less general movement of the sun setting and rising.
So like follow-up question, people where it's always sun, they still have to pray Isha.
Yeah, exactly. They're just going to pray when the sun is up, right? But they're going to pray it in a time that where the sun would have set in another location, right? Or at least calculating, praying Maghrib and then maybe an hour and a half later they're going to pray Isha. Yeah.
I got this question, so what the content seemed kind of when I mentioned, which like we were doing it now. And then like coming with this, you guys and you shouldn't say like, oh, and yeah, no, they just kind of bring it up over, they're not really educated. Not bringing this so
It is joined with the intention of nothing. And it's possible that they might just be praying Dhuhr.
no, if they're praying Asr,
Generally speaking, I think most masjids realize that having it at the later time accommodates both groups. Which is why the Jama'ah time is usually the later one. And also it helps more people attend. Because in the winter, when Dhuhr and Asr are like literally hour and 15 minutes apart, people aren't going to come for Dhuhr, go back and come for Asr. Does that make sense? So it's easier to have it slightly later because it accommodates more people. Okay. The time of Asr is obviously when the time of Dhuhr finishes. So that is either when the shadow of an object is its own length or twice its own length. And for the Hanafis is the later one, which means twice its own length. And it ends when the sun completely disappears below the horizon, which is what we call sunset. Okay. So as we read in the footnotes of the book, that it is prohibitively disliked, makruh tahrimi, to pray during sunset. And sunset is defined as when you can look at the sun unaided, which means it's very close to setting, about 10-15 minutes away, right? You can look at it directly. If it was unnecessarily delayed up until that point, obviously, despite the fact it is prohibitively disliked, it doesn't mean you shouldn't pray and you just miss your Asr. Does that make sense? Because it's still technically Asr time. You could still pray. Even as the sun is setting, literally means it's going below the horizon, right? In the books of fiqh is mentioned, because it's technically not yet Maghrib, you could still pray Asr of that day.
But, I thought that when the sun goes down, you're supposed to pray before this.
So when the sun goes down, we mean when it's completely below the horizon, that's sunset, literally. and now the time of Maghrib has started, which means you now pray Maghrib first and then Asr. Although when you make up Salah, if it's just one Salah to make up, you'll always make up the first one and then you'll pray the next one because you want to maintain order unless time is running out. So say for example, a person one day was not able to pray Dhuhr or Asr, right? They weren't able to pray Dhuhr or Asr. By the time they got home, it's 10 minutes till Maghrib. They have to pray Dhuhr and Asr, and we're talking about just the Fard. Can you speed through both? Sure. But say you have 5 minutes, you can only pray one of them. You would pray Asr first, because that's the one that still has the time. And after you pray Asr, you will pray Maghrib, because that's the next one, and then you will make up your Dhuhr. Does that make sense? Okay, so just like how sunrise, right? So you might have heard this growing up, that you can't pray unless it's like 15-20 minutes after sunrise. You might have heard this growing up or learned this growing up. Reason for that is, again, sunrise is a process. It's not instantaneous, which means the entire time the sun is still rising from beyond the horizon, and it's getting more and more visible, until it is well above the sky, right, above the horizon, about 20 minutes. You shouldn't pray anything that includes any your nawafil or even making up your fajr. Does that make sense? So the same thing for Asr. The difference between the two is that Fajr doesn't go into another Salah time. Asr goes into another Salah time, which is Maghrib, which means you could still pray when Maghrib is happening because it's another prayer time. So if a person starts praying Salah in 3 minutes before sunset, right? And by the time they finish Asr, it's 1 minute into sunset. Their Salah is still okay because they started praying Asr in its own time and they just finished it just a little later. Does that make sense? So that would be okay, although that is what we're talking about in like exceptional scenarios, right? You're not supposed to unnecessary. So you kind of avoid all of these problems by just praying Salah at the earliest time, because you don't have to worry about it getting into another time. We're talking about emergencies, exceptional scenarios where a person just didn't have time to do so.
But there's no prohibited time like there is after Fajr.
So the 3 prohibited times, right? Out of the 3, the sunset one has some flexibility. So you're not supposed to pray during sunrise, right? You're not supposed to pray during zawal, and makruh tahrimi to pray during sunset. Although, because it's still technically a time of salah going into another time of salah, you have that flexibility of just to pray asr of that day if you hadn't prayed yet. Okay. But it's mainly because of that. The other 2, zawal doesn't have and zawal is just a couple of minutes, right? But the same thing. You just don't pray, you don't start praying anything of dhuhr or even related to like tahiyyatul wudu, tahiyyatul masjid, which is why, like, a lot of people, they're stickler of as soon as they enter the masjid, they'll pray 2 rakats, which is a good habit to have. But when you're coming into the masjid for dhuhr, for example, and you don't know if the time of dhuhr has started yet, if the time of dhuhr hasn't started yet, you shouldn't pray anything. So for example, if dhuhr starts at 12:50, I mean, in winter it starts like 11:30 something, right? But say for example, during the summer, it usually starts around 12:30. You enter the masjid at 12:15 or 12:20. That's zawal time. You shouldn't be praying until after the time of dhuhr starts. Then you can pray whatever you want. So a lot of this is not something that we actively or consciously think about because we always go off of clocks, right? We always go off of clocks, we go off of salah apps, we go off of like calendars and things like that. However, it's still good to know at least the process of how you actually get to one time versus the other.
The sunset that you wrote was like, since we have other one, are you fine?
Sorry?
Just like the sunset. you have-
So when we say so when you use the word sunset, you could either mean the sun has completely set or the process, like like looking at the sunset, right? Which is literally fi'l fa'il, the sun setting. Does that make sense? Like that's what you mean, right? Versus like a verbal noun versus a noun, sunset, right? So while the sun is setting, right? Technically, you still have time of Asr because it's as long as the sun is still above the horizon, right? And when the sun has set, Madi, right? It's under the horizon, and the rays of it are below, then that's when Maghrib time starts, even if it's light out. If you've ever seen like like a sunset at an by the ocean, right? Beautiful, mashallah, right? Subhanallah, right? It's just so even when the sun sets, like sometimes you'll see like rays visible, so that's still part of sunset, right? But once the rays are gone, you still see a lot of light like stretching out. You still start praying Maghrib because what you're waiting for is the sun to completely set, not for the light to go away.
When I talk about sun being visible, talking about rays of the sun.
Exactly, right? Because when it comes so you're not always going to base it on the rays also, because sometimes you could have what we would call at least it's invisible to our sight, like the rayless sunrise, like it's literally just the sun itself, like you don't see visible rays. But as you have the sun getting closer to the horizon, basically sunrise is when the sun rays are literally starting to come beyond the horizon, right? So unless you have a very clear, unobstructed view of the horizon, it's very difficult to time it precisely. So for us who are at a lower ground, right? So for example, in books of fiqh, there will be two salah times for people who are at the top of a mountain and for people who are at the bottom of a mountain. Because technically speaking, for the people who are below or at the bottom, they have little to no light, but the people who are at the top are still seeing the sun, right? So that difference is accounted for as well. For us, we don't necessarily have an unobstructed view. So you end up just waiting a couple of minutes, all right? Which is the best thing to do. Because sometimes, the clocks might be inaccurate, which is the reason why, when you break your fast, waiting for a minute or two is not a bad thing. Like you don't just wait for countdown, and as soon as it's, then you start eating. It's good to wait for at least a minute or two. I mean, we can take it to be as accurate as possible because it's working off of astronomical data, right? And calculations are very precise, right? But it doesn't hurt to wait a minute or two just in case they're off, because sometimes things can happen where it was just miscalculated. Right? Okay, so when the sun is completely below the horizon, we have what we call red twilight, which is the redness that's still visible in the sky, and it kind of turns to like a dull purple, right? And then it's like completely dark, right? And again, the twilight is always going to depend on your location. Sometimes the light might last, sometimes it might be visible, sometimes it might not be visible, right? Say for example, if you're living very close to the mountains and the sun dips behind the mountain, like it sets behind the mountain. So for people who are at the bottom, it's going to become very dark by the time the sun itself sets, right? Like for them, twilight is not going to be even that long, or at least it's not going to be that visible, right? But generally speaking, the time of Maghrib lasts hour, 15 minutes, 10 minutes, right? And you can pray that ideally, or technically speaking, until the time of Isha starts, because it's the entire time. But so again, culturally, we might have learned that you pray Maghrib as soon as the time comes in, you don't delay it. It's for this reason that it has a very short window, right? And this is kind of something that becomes a problem in Ramadan when you have like iftar parties and things like that. Do you eat first? Do you pray first? Right? My personal preference is to kind of just break fast with dates and fruits and water. You let your stomach settle, you go pray, and then you can come and eat. Right? So you've gotten your salah out of the way. But for others, it's like, you don't want to have a part one, part two. So you just eat as much as you can before then you pray Maghrib. But the problem is, especially so this year, inshallah, Ramadan is starting, I think, like 1st of March. And daylight savings, whatever it's called, right, is going to end about 10 days in, which means like about half of Ramadan, we're going to have like a quote unquote shorter fast, right? And earlier Maghrib versus the second half of Ramadan, like about 20-ish days almost, right? So, when it's like the first couple of days of Ramadan, your Maghrib is literally going to be an hour, right? So you don't want to be like really, really pushing it, right? It might extend slightly more when the clocks, spring forward, as they call it. But for the most part, the time between Maghrib and Isha is not that long, right? So it shouldn't be delayed unnecessarily. And Isha is very simply when twilight itself disappears, which is what we call dusk, right? So if you think back to this, dusk is literally when there's no more light in the sky and it's completely dark, right? So Isha is from the time of dusk until dawn, from dusk to dawn, right? Until before Fajr, which is the reason why witr, right? For those who pray witr, so even the Prophet ﷺ, he would delay his witr till the last third of the night, because it was still technically the time of Isha. Does that make sense? Right? And if a person is absolutely confident that they will be waking up early enough before Fajr to pray their witr, they could delay their witr till the last third of the night, right? But if a person is not sure, then they should pray it right after Isha. And your Fajr is going to start as soon as Isha ends. So aside from Fajr, the other four are all back to back. One stops, the other begins, one stops, the other begins. And it's a mercy of Allah how it's set up as well, right? In many different ways. Because the vast majority of our if not all of them, are during basically waking hours, right? Today, Fajr might seem very early, but there's a reason why the Prophet ﷺ, for example, recommended going to sleep soon after Isha, so a person gets enough sleep and the person is able to wake up early enough to pray tahajjud, right? And you're already awake for Fajr, technically speaking. And the work day in pre-modern times would start from dawn, right? They wouldn't wait for like 9 o'clock or something, because they worked according to the sun, which is the reason why if you still go to some countries, like the afternoon hours, the stores are closed, the shops are closed for like an afternoon nap, because pre-modern times people work in agriculture, they would be out in the fields, outdoors, the hottest hours of the day, you would take a break, go for lunch, go for dhuhr, take a nap, and then come back and then work, second half, right, of the day, right? And so it kind of falls within the rhythm of working hours, waking hours, right? There's only one quote unquote, it's not an interruption, because the salah pulls the person away from dunya. So dhuhr comes in during working hours, but it's a way of reorienting a person back towards Allah, and then they go back to working, right? And then others are all still before a person goes to sleep, right? So the last thing that we'll talk about is, we're not going to talk about adhan and iqamah, at least on the slides, because other than it's good for a person to know it, person should know it, and a person at the very least should know the response to the adhan itself, and some of the rules associated with it. The next set of slides, inshallah, is going to be not next week, the week after, is going to be on the preconditions of salah, right? So the three recommended, forbidden, and disliked times. So towards the end of the chapter, there was some times that were recommended, some times that were forbidden or disliked. So it's rule of thumb, it's disliked to unnecessarily delay your salah. So say, for example, you have the hadith of the Prophet that says pray salah at its earlier time, but then recommended times would be, it's like, oh, it's better to delay it slightly. Those are more for secondary reasons, such as you give more time for people to come to the masjid, right? Or it's easier, the weather is cooler, for example, in the hotter months, to pray dhuhr slightly later, because the mid-afternoon is extremely hot, and so on, right? But generally speaking, if you go to the haram, as soon as time comes in, you're praying, right? So when a person looks at the recommended times, as it's listed in the book, they should be seen as mustahab. Like literally, they're just good things recommended, and it shouldn't be seen as delaying the salah, right? And has certain wisdoms and accommodations in mind. When it comes to the forbidden times, we have the three, which is sunrise, zawal, and sunset. And we're talking about the process of the sun rising, the sun being in the middle of the sky, zenith, right, until it passes the midway point, and the process of the sun setting. Now, we talked about the process of the sun setting is called makruh tahrimi. It's prohibitively disliked, other than the fact that if it's the asr of the day and a person hasn't prayed up until that point, then person can still do so, but they shouldn't pray any other salah during that time. It's one of the reasons why after you pray asr, you don't pray any other optional salah up until after sunset, for this reason, right? So the only flexibility that you have is to pray your asr still if you didn't get time to do so. And according to most, salah will become invalid if you pray in a forbidden time. So when a person is praying fajr, they should ensure that they finish fajr before the time of sunrise, preferably at least a couple of minutes earlier, right? When a person is praying asr, there's some opinions that suggest that, if you start praying asr during its time, and by the time you finish, it's like 1 minute into maghrib, it's still okay, because technically it's just the time of another salah, but you started praying in its own time, right? But it shouldn't be delayed unnecessarily, and should be prayed as early as possible, right? Okay, any questions? All right. That's it for today. Um, um, any reminders? No. So, inshallah, next week is break. So enjoy the bit of a break. And we have, I think, let's double check the calendar. If I'm not mistaken, I think we have about two. We have about 2 weeks of class, 3 weeks of class. We have 3 weeks of class. Well, 2 weeks because the last Thursday, before the last Thursday um, before the start of winter break is supposed to be a joint session. Although the joint sessions are usually scheduled after the first period, so we might end up having class based on the syllabus. Yeah, I don't have a class scheduled for that day. All seminary joint session. And if we do end up having that class period, we'll just leave it open-ended. The the finals are going to be the week after winter break. And I'll let you all know what sections to review for that. And for the Creed class, the final is going to be on videos 6 to 10, essentially. Right? Midterms was on videos 1 to 5. So you have enough time to catch up on the material if you've not yet done so, and take the exams to catch up on all the work that you need to during the breaks, this break and winter break, so that you end the semester well and you are able to just start spring semester all caught up, inshallah. All right. Any questions?
Like Google Form. is also-
Yeah.
Which video?
For Creed, it was 6 to 10. So basically the second 5 videos or the second 5 slides. I mean, there are no videos because I mean previously it was you watching the master recordings of it on your own time and taking the exam. So that's what it's based out of. But because the classes are live now, we ended up having, I think, more than 10 weeks, right, of Creed class, but the number of slides are still 10. So basically slides 6 to 10. All right. Jazakallah. Subhanallah wa bihamdihi subhanakallah wa bihamdik. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. Astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Assalamu alaikum. Amir, could you do a quick head count of the sisters? Make sure you get everyone, huh?
I would do it, but I don't know how to count that high.
How do you praise the brothers while insulting yourself too?
There's a special art. We gotta stay hungry.
That's a little too humble. You know, there's a story. I think Sheikh Farhan told it to me. Like, you know, there was a brother who went like to Tablighi Jamaat or something, and they were sitting in a circle, and everyone was kind of introducing themselves. And it was like, you know, like everyone was being very humble. And, you know, like, so everyone's like, and there's like a convert in the circle. So the first, you know, brother who's like born Muslim, is like, I'm so and so, I'm Al-Abd al-Faqir, the poor servant of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I have, you know, many faults and shortcomings. And then the next person goes, like, so everyone's mentioning, like, everyone's being really humble. So finally the convert guy goes, he doesn't know what to say. He's like, what the hell's going on? He's like, I'm so and so, I'm a disbeliever. No, I got to be humble. It's not. It's not intended. Let's see.
That one is not grainy. What we have is so grainy.
What?
That book. That whatever you're looking at.
No, this?
Yeah.
Oh, is this the unveiled version?
Oh, that's the Val version. Is what- the default is blurry. I don't want
Oh, let me see the other one. No,
this one.
no. The thing you picked up.
The book.
The book.
Oh.
The other one, the other book you picked up. The one you showed me at the beginning.
Oh. You got another book? I didn't know that. Oh, I don't have that.
So Isa said he went to the front desk and he picked this up. So if you do me that favor. So yeah, just go to the front desk and bother them. Okay. Okay. Just say you need what is it called? Arabic reader, first edition. Or just Arabic reader. Okay, let's go. محمد فردين اقرأ من كسر الأصنام.
Sure. من كسر الأصنام؟ بائع الأصنام. قبل أيام كثيرة جدا كان في قرية رجل مشهور جدا. كان في قرية رجل مشهور جدا، وكان اسم هذا الرجل آزر، وكان آزر يبيع الأصنام، وكان في هذه القرية بيت كبير جدا، وكان في هذا البيت أصنام كثيرة جدا، وكان الناس يسجدون لهذه الأصنام، وكان آزر يسجد لهذه الأصنام. وكان آزر يعبد هذه الأصنام. Read the second as well.
No. Bayan, read ولد آزر.
ولد آزر. وكان آزر له ولد رشيد جدا، وكان اسم هذا الولد إبراهيم. وكان إبراهيم يرى الناس يسجدون للأصنام، ويرى الناس يعبدون الأصنام. وكان إبراهيم يعرف أن الأصنام حجارة، وكان يعرف أن الأصنام لا تتكلم ولا تسمع، وكان يعرف أن الأصنام لا تضر ولا تنفع. وكان يرى أن الذباب يجلس على الأصنام فلا تدفع، وكان يرى الفأر يأكل طعام الأصنام فلا تمنع. وكان إبراهيم يقول في نفسه: لماذا يسجد الناس للأصنام؟ وكان إبراهيم يسأل نفسه: لماذا يسأل الناس الأصنام؟
I asked you guys to bring book 2. Do you bring book 2? I did. Did I say that or no? I did? Okay. Guess some of you have it, some of you don't. Some of you have it? Yeah? Who doesn't have it? I'm not just you don't does anyone not have it? Okay. The most of you have it? Okay. Okay. Those of you I'll open it on my screen, but that's fine. Just once again, I should have reiterated, but going forward, there's no need to bring book 1, right? Just bring Qasas and bring book 2. But if you have it, take it out. The PDF is available, right? You have it. What's the last thing that you guys covered with Sheikh Aisha?
Sorry, yeah, Canada, Nixon.
Yeah, that was me. That was me. That was me.
That's you?
Yeah, yeah, that was me. Guys, give me my credit. Noon of emphasis. Okay. The light one and the heavy one. Noon of tawkid. الثقيلة and al-khafifa. Okay.
We just touched upon
You just touched upon it.
it.
Okay.
So we'll be quizzed on it.
And you guys have a week after next week. Week after. And you guys have done the adawat al-nasb and the adawat al-jazm. Yes? Okay. Okay, so we're gonna turn to what do we want? We turn to you're gonna go to page 117. Page 117. It'll be the beginning of chapter 19. Okay, thus far when she's had you memorize verbs, she's had you memorize the madin, the mudari, and the masdar, right? Amira, give me a verb that she's had you memorize. رفع يرفع رفعا. Another one?
فعل يفعل فعلا.
Take something.
قرأ يقرأ قراءة.
قراءة. قرأ يقرأ قراءة. What else, Isa? عرف يعرف معرفة. عبد الرحمن, what else? أكل يأكل أكلا. Muhammad, what else? حكما. حكم يحكم حكما. DJ? جعل يجعل جعلا. درس يدرس دراسة. سميرة? فعل. Anything else? Rama, another verb?
قتل يقتل قتل.
قتل يقتل قتلا. That's what you said? Okay. So all of those verbs are 3 letters. All of those verbs are 3 letters. They are thulathiyun. Thulathiyun. And there's still more to learn about them.
But just because we're starting the book, there's certain things she'll go over, but I'm just kind of introducing you to them a little early on because they'll come up in the book, and I kind of want you to be aware and understand what's going on, right? So chapter 19 says, so all the verbs that you have learned thus far, they're family one. They are family number one. This year you will learn a total of 10 families. You've learned family one, okay? Family 2 through 10 are all upon patterns, yes.
Is that the same? Is family the same thing as in verb form? Like
Yes. Family is the same as saying verb form. Verb form one, family one, yeah, all the same. Okay. But you will learn a total of 10. It's actually quite simple once you get the hang of it. Okay. But I want to introduce you to family 2. Introduce you to family 2. So if you look at chapter 19, it says ثلاثي مزيد فيه. ثلاثي مزيد فيه. So these are verbs that are ثلاثي, they are 3, but مزيد فيه, they have extra letters. Okay? So he says, recall that the مزيد فيه families are characterized by extra letters as part of the container, meaning there are more than 3 letters. He says there are 9 mazidun fihi families, meaning 2 through 10. Clear? Each with unique family features. As we learn each family, we will learn these unique features. We've broken them into smaller chapters for ease and memorization. Once we've gone through them all, we will be able to look at any mazidun fihi word and determine what family bab it is. It comes from which family member sigha, and what are the root letters? The root letters are the jidr of it. Yes. Then he says, we will be using the template, or we will be using the following template to recite and memorize the sarf of each family. The sarf is the morphology of it. The highlighted portions are not actual family members. They are included in the oral recitation of sarfun for flow. Al-amru bihi, as you will see in the last line, translates as the command version is. وَالنَّهْيُ عَنْهُ translates as, and the forbidding version is. وَالظَّرْفُ مِنْهُ translates as, and the dharf is. Now, some of these terms you haven't learned. For example, the amr, you haven't learned even how to do it in the family 1 form, right? Okay, this is a lot. Okay, so look at this. Look at this. Okay, so it says, allama, allama. Every verb that you guys gave me, akala, daraba, qatala, all of it was what? What's the pattern? Fa'ala, yes? Are we clear on that? Akala, kharaja, daraba, all of it is fa'ala. Are we good? Family 2 is fa'ala. It's fa'ala. So it's 3 letters, but there's an extra letter, right? The ayn has a shadda, so it essentially counts as an extra letter, okay? Fa'ala. So the pattern goes like this. The pattern goes like this. You'll use the verb allama, okay? We'll use the word allama. Have you taken the verb alima? Alima ya'lamu ilman. Yes? What does alima mean?
Knowledge.
To knowledge? To know, yeah, to know. To know, to realize. It can also be used like, to recognize, right? But to know, right? From it we get, right? Allama, extra letter, means to, teach. To teach. Allama means to teach. Okay? And there's a lot of verbs that go in this pattern. Sometimes the meaning is similar, sometimes it changes, right? So alima means to know. Allama means to teach, right? Have you taken the verb to break? To break. Kasara, has it come up? I thought it says. Okay, yes, man kasara al-asnam, right? Kasara yaksiru, kasran means to break, right? But let's say you were to like smash something into pieces. You would use kassara. You would use kassara. Make sense?
So it's not always the opposite, like learn.
No, it's not always the opposite. No, it is not always the opposite. Each verb will change, right? For example, the last verb that Rama gave was qatala, right? Which means to kill. Qattala means to massacre.
No.
Qattala means to massacre.
What fact?
Fa'ala wouldn't necessarily have a meaning.
So every verb, like simple verb that we've learned, it doesn't have to mean something for like what is dhahaba?
So there's no dhahaba.
Right.
You can put it on the pattern. So any verb that you've learned in 3 letters, you can put it on the pattern. But it doesn't necessitate that it will have a meaning. It doesn't necessitate that it will have a meaning. The pattern is useful because, what was the verb that you gave me? Rafa'a. Rafa'a yarfa'u. Rafa'a yarfa'u. Who taught you that it's yarfa'u? The book or Shaykh Aisha taught you that it's yarfa'u. But if you didn't know that it's yarfa'u, you could have thought, okay, it could possibly be yarfi'u and yarfu'u. Okay? But you learned through Shaykh Aisha in the book that it's rafa'a yarfa'u. And then when you came to kharaja, you're like, okay, where do I go? Well, the book taught you it's kharaja yakhruju. So 3-letter verbs, they are sama'i. They are learned through listening, observation, hearing, reading. Good? 2 through 10, there's a pattern. If you know the pattern, I can give you any verb on that pattern and you don't have to ask me what the mudari is. Do you get what I'm saying?
So for the mudari for verb family 1, you have to know the middle letter because you don't know it. You have to look at the dictionary or just know it.
Exactly. You have to read it, you have to be taught it, you have to look at the dictionary. For verb form 2 through 10, right? Essentially, it's a pattern. Once you memorize the pattern, anything on that, whether it's a verb that's actually used, like dhahaba is not used, dhahaba is not used, but you can plug it into that pattern. Or allama, you can plug it into that pattern. Qatal, you can get, and the mudari is going to be the same. What is the pattern? The pattern is this. Allama, yu'allimu ta'liman, fahuwa mu'allim. We're going to go through each line, okay? We're going to go through each line. If you notice, there's a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's a total of 11. You guys see that? There's 4 on the first line, there's 4 on the second line, and 3 on the second line. We good? Okay, we'll go through what each one is. I guarantee when we come back for break, Sheikh, someone will say, Sheikh, can you go over what each one is? I will explain it, but we will pause momentarily, look at that person awkwardly, and then continue and I'll teach, okay? But I will go through what each one is right now, okay? Allama is the past tense. Allama is the past tense. Yu'allimu is the present tense. Ta'liman is the masdar. What's the masdar? What's the English translation of masdar? Verbal noun? Masdar. So ta'liman is the masdar. Then it says fahuwa mu'allimun. The fahuwa part is not part of the pattern, but it's simply the way of memorizing the chart. Like you just say it as, like imagine it's a rhyme scheme. Fahuwa is just helping it, okay? Mu'allimun is the fa'ilun version. It's the doer. So you know how we go, nadhara yanzuru, the doer is what? Nadhara yanzuru, the doer is nadirun, right? That's the fa'il. When it comes to family 2, the doer is upon this pattern. Clear? Fa'ilun. Then you have ullima. Ullima is the, listen carefully, it's the past tense passive form. It's the past tense passive form. Okay, pause for a second. I explained passive before, but I understand that you haven't taken passive for family one with Sheikh Aisha, correct? Right? So I gave a simple example, given, right? I say, ضرب خالد زيدا. ضرب خالد زيدا. Khalid hit Zaid. Okay? I want to say now, Zaid was hit. Who am I removing? Khalid. He was the doer, correct? He was the one doing the action. I don't want to say Khalid did the action. I simply want to say Zaid was hit. Originally, I had fi'lun, fa'ilun, maf'ulun bihi. ضرب خالد زيدا. Okay? I'm going to change the verb and I'm going to make it ضرب. ضرب, which literally means he was hit. But I'm going to add my maf'ulun bihi, but I'm going to change its state. And it's going to become ضرب Zaydun, which now means Zayd was hit.
Is it Duriba or Duriba?
No, Duriba. I'm family one right now.
Oh,
family. Right. I'm reintroducing the concept of passive. Duriba Zaydun. Duriba Zaydun. Right? Zayd was hit. Good. The other example I gave was Akala Ahmadu at-tuffahata. Ahmad ate the apple. I want to say the apple was eaten. The apple was eaten. Akala will become ukila. What did Ahmad eat? The apple. The apple, is it masculine or feminine? Feminine. Now that I'm changing the verb to passive, and the apple is going to take the place of the fa'il, I'm going to feminize the verb. So not only going to say ukila, but I'm going to change it to hiya conjugation. So it's going to be ukilat. Ukilat at-tuffahatu. The apple was eaten. This is the idea of going from active to passive. Active to passive. Active in Arabic, they refer to it as ma'loom. They refer to it as ma'loom. Ma'loomun. What does ma'loomun mean? Known. It came from what verb? Alima, to know. Alima, right? Alima. Think about it. Go back. Don't worry about family story. Alima means what? To know. The one who knows is called? No, the one who knows.
Alimun.
Alimun. Fa'ilun, right? The one who knows is called alimun. So the thing that is known is called ma'lumun. Ma'lumun. The idea of maf'ulun is the action was done onto it. Another example. Daraba means Daraba means to hit. The one who hit is called daribun. The one who hit is called daribun. Upon the pattern of fa'ilun. You started the break already. Daribun. Clear? The one who has been hit is called madrubun. Guys, fa'ala fa'ilun maf'ulun. Fa'ala fa'ilun maf'ulun. That's all we're doing. Fa'ala fa'ilun maf'ulun. Do we understand that?
The action, the one doing the action, the one increased.
Inshallah, mashallah, you increased the sisters' attendance by 50% right now. So once again, fa'ala fa'ilun maf'ulun. The problem is a lot of you, which is okay, are stuck in the grammatical understanding of maf'ulun, like the verb is done onto it. But maf'ulun also has a linguistic technical definition, right? And that's what we're talking about right now. So you have fa'ala fa'ilun maf'ulun. To kill is qatala. The killer, qatilun. The killed, maf'ulun مقتول. To eat, أكل. أكل. The one who is eating, آكل. The eaten. مأكول. مأكول. Clear? Do you understand? Okay. So going back to how do I get here? معلوم. معلوم. معلوم means known. So active, the active verb in Arabic, whether it's past or present, it's referred to as معلوم. Which means what?
Ma'lum?
Yeah.
Known.
What is known? The doer. You know why it's called معلوم? Because the doer is known. ضرب خالد زيدا. This is معلوم. Or even if I said يضرب خالد زيدا. Khalid is hitting Zayd. It's called معلوم, which means known, because what is known? The doer is known. The doer is known. What is the linguistic opposite of معلوم? Say it again. مجهول. مجهول. You know, the person who doesn't know anything, who's ignorant, he's called jahilun. He's called jahilun. He has jahl. Jahilun. So that which is unknown is called majhulun. So the passive in Arabic is called majhulun, because what's unknown? The doer, right? The doer is unknown. Therefore, it's called majhulun. Okay, so that difference between active and passive. So, allama, allama, is it active or passive? It's active. It's past tense, active. Yu'allimu is present tense, active. Okay, then ta'liman is simply just the what? Masdar. Mu'allimun is the fa'ilun. It's the doer. Okay, then ullima is past tense, passive, majhulun. Yu'allamu is present tense, passive. Also known as majhulun. I'll take all the quick. Ta'liman is the masdar again. Okay, just masdar. No, just masdar. Just masdar. Then the last one on that line, فهو معلم. معلم is the مفعول. It is the مفعول. So the fa'il is above it and the maf'ulun is underneath it. Then on the last line, you have allim. That is the command. That is the command. Then you have the next one, which is la tu'allim. This is the prohibition. The prohibition. So that lam right there is the lam of prohibition, right? Remember the lam of prohibition, Shaykh Aisha taught it to you. What does it do to the verb?
Oh, it makes it
It makes it majzoom. Makes it majzoom. Okay. And tu'allim is what conjugation? Anta, right? Because you can conjugate it for antuma, antum, but you start with anta. So it's the prohibition in the anta conjugation, right? They basically got, look, first line, yu'allimu, right? Second one, they put it there, but changed it into the anta conjugation and put the lam of prohibition before it. Yes? You see the first line, the second one, which is yu'allimu, it's right there, but they changed it into the anta conjugation and put the lam of prohibition before it.
You're saying they took the ulama.
No, they took yu'allimu. I said first line, second one. First line, second one. Right? Which is the active present tense. They put it on that last line and just change it to the anta conjugation and put the lam before it.
So this is a pattern. It's just
prohibition for it.
Correct.
It's not like a separate pattern.
No, it's just teaching you how to form the prohibition, right? And then the last one, don't worry about it, mu'allamun, memorize it, but it's called dharfun. It's called dharfun. So essentially what happens is there should come a point very soon, very, very, very soon. Some of you will be able to do this within minutes right now, 60 seconds, 2 minutes max, right? I will give you a verb like qattala, and I will say, do the sarfun, do the morphology of qattala. And you will say, oh, I got this. Qattala, now watch. Qattala yuqattilu taqtilan fahuwa muqattilun. قتل يقتل تقتيلا فهو مقتل. قتل لا تقتل مقتل. It's memorization of the pattern. It's nothing else. There's nothing impressive about it. Just literally a memorization of a pattern, and then you plug and play. Yes?
I was thinking this is perfect to make sure that half the classes come back after the break.
Okay. So scroll down to the next page. Are the previous page and that page side by side or not? Are they not? Or is it flipped? It's flipped? Okay. Okay, so look at, I'll do this. Okay. I'll do this. I'll keep this on the board. You guys stay on the page that you're on, which is page what?
119.
You guys stay on that page. I'll leave this here. Okay, look at drill 2. Yes.
Sorry, one last question. So the maf'ulun pattern, or like thing that the action is done onto, is it different for form 1 and form 2? Like
Yeah.
form 1 is just maf'ulun, and then
Form 2 it's
mu'allal.
mufa'alun. Yeah.
Kind of like Muhammad.
Yes. Yes. Muhammadun is on the pattern of mufa'alun. Okay. Do you hear his question? He said the maf'ulun pattern for family 1 and family 2, are they different? I said yes. The family 1 pattern is maf'ulun. The family 2 pattern is mufa'alun or mu'allamun. Mufa'alun fa'ila mufa'alun. Okay. So watch this. Wait. On drill 2, Amira, what's they give you on the box on the right, they give you 3 letters. Is it ba dal lam? Drill 2. Drill 2, no, look at drill 2. Look at drill 2. Drill 2, it's just a line, guys, right there. Oh. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
What letters does it give you?
Yeah.
Ba, dal, and lam. Ba, dal, and lam. Okay. So, Abdurrahman, you're already doing it in your head. So first of all, what's our word? Put ba, dal, lam onto the pattern of family 2. Good. What was it? Baddala. Ba, dal, lam. He put it on the pattern of? Do it again. Say it again. What was it? Baddala. Now, go. No. علم.
Oh, sorry. بدل. لا تبدل. And
مبدل. What's the next 3 letters, Isa?
سلم.
Sallama. Okay. So look. So here. Okay. Here. Let's do this. Watch. So family 1 of this verb, salima. Salima means to be safe, to be secure. Okay. Prophet said, the Muslim is al-Muslimu man salima al-Muslimuna min lisanihi wa yadihi. He said the true Muslim is the one whom other Muslims are salima, they are safe and secure from his hand and from his tongue. Okay? So salima means to be safe and secure. As for sallama, sallama has a number of meanings. Sallama means to give salams, to give the greetings of peace, right? Sallama, sallama can also mean to like to give something or to surrender something, to turn something in. Okay, to turn something in. Someone asks you, "Hey, where's your test?" You're like, "Sallamtuhu, I turned it in already." Okay, and also sallama can be to like give safety or to give protection. So, for example, trying to think a phrase that you would use it in. You know how it might be said as a dua, like sallamak Allah, like may Allah grant you protection and safety. Good. So you have salima, to be safe, to be secure, right? And sallama, which has a number of meanings depending on the context. Okay. So sin, lam, and mim. The verb is sallama. Amira.
سلم يسلم تسليما فهو مسلم سلم لا تسلم مسلم.
Good. Sad, what's your question?
If I take any three-letter word, is there added to the meaning or something?
No, there's not one set meaning. Yeah, you just have to memorize it. You just have to memorize it. What's the next one? Yeah, Abdul Karim. Huh? Okay. Sin, ba, and ha. Sin, ba, and ha. Okay. So put it on the pattern, which is Kareem. Sabbaha. You know, like to say subhanallah, to do tasbih, comes from this verb. Comes from sabbaha. Okay. So do it. Yeah. طيب.
Sabbaha yusabbihu tasbih tasbihan.
Yeah, tasbihan, right? To do subhanallah is called tasbih, to say subhanallah. Continue.
فهو مسبح.
Subbiha.
Subbiha
Yusabbahu tasbihan.
فهو مسبح سبح لا تسبح مسبح.
Good. I'm going to give you a couple minutes, guys. I'm going to give you a couple minutes. This pattern, not the other words, this one. Just use allama. Use allama and memorize it. Use allama and memorize it. Okay? Just keep repeating it until you have it memorized. Okay? You'll pick up on a pattern. It's easy, right? Allama yu'allimu ta'liman fahuwa mu'allimun ullim. Just keep repeating it. Okay? Give it a couple minutes. Memorize it. For those of you online, I do suggest that if you don't have any coworkers around you, that you do it out loud. It does help. It does help in retention. If you feel like you get it down, then go to that next page and use that drill that we were using and plug in all of those and practice with those. If you feel like you get allama yu'allimu down, then use those. بدل, سلم, سبح, شبه, حسن, فرق, and وفق, and use those basically as examples. Like I want you to repeat it to the point where and I don't say this, like where it becomes like Fatiha. Like there's not much thinking that goes on when you're doing it.
I say, I'm so humble. I still think about it when I recite it. Like little circle. The Catholic.
Who's got the pattern down? Yeah? Any verb or allama?
Try one of did. Yeah, tell
Well, I'll touch on allama first, okay? So do allama.
علم يعلم تعليم فهو معلم علم علم يعلم تعليما فهو معلم معلم لا معلم لا معلم ضبط معلم
Huh?
معلم
معلم. I just need that to be smoother, huh?
إن شاء الله.
Okay. Need that to be smoother. Who else? Go.
لما يعلم تعليما فهو معلم علم 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 يعلم يعلم تعليما فهو معلم علم لا يعلم معلما.
Okay, good. Who else? I need like no hesitation. Just like bam, bam, bam. Any okay. وفق.
وفق يوفق توفيقا فهو موفق وفق يوفق توفيقا فهو موفق وفق لا توفق يوفق.
Good. Who else? Who else? Those of you online. Rama, any verb or allama?
Any verb.
Any verb? شبه.
شبه يشبه تشبيها فهو مشبه. شبه. You hear me?
No, keep going. I'm just scrolling.
Oh, شبه يشبه تشبيها فهو مشبه. شبه لا تشبه مش.
Yeah. You see similarity? I told you they got cheat code. I said this. I said at the beginning. I said this a few days ago. They have a cheat code. They have a cheat code. All right. I told you cheat code. Who else? Who else? You do with the standard? I was hoping you'd not ask for the standard.
Okay, and you'll see how you can read it.
نزل.
منزل نزل ينزل تنزيلا فهو منزل نزل لا تنزل منزل.
Good. Next. Nah. بشر.
بشر بشر
بشر.
بشير تشبير
Switch it. تب.
تبشير فهو مبشر بشر
بشر.
بشر يبشر تبشيرا فهو مبشر بشر لا تبشر مبشر.
Good. Next. Huh? Bashara means to give good news or glad tidings. Next. There's some of you I'm kind of expecting to raise your hand. You haven't raised your hand. Some of you. Okay. Selma. No. I'm just gonna start with the list. Selma, let's do حسن.
حسن يحسن تحسينا فهو محسن. حسن يحسن تحسينا فهو محسن. حسن لا تحسن محسن.
Good. Selma, if you don't mind me asking, were you looking at the chart or were you going based on memory? Either is fine. I'm just asking.
I was trying to go based on memory.
Based on?
Memory.
Okay, good. Good. Next. Next. All right. Noor.
Can I do the علم chart?
Are you going to look at it? You're not going to look at it, right?
No.
Okay, go ahead. Do the علم chart.
علم يعلم تعليما فهو معلم. علم يعلم تعليما فهو معلم. علم
لا تعلم معلم.
Good. That was too easy. Next. Next. Bayan, have you gone yet? Bayan, you haven't gone yet. No?
No, but can I look?
I need someone that's not gonna look.
Okay.
Huh? Make her do it? Okay, Bayan. We have Amira
Okay.
spoken as an Amira. And she has said make her do it.
Okay, I'll try without.
Or a different verb.
Oh,
No, hold on. Wait. Bayan, you don't have a say. What are we gonna do?
No,
She can do a different verb. Okay. She said she's sorry.
okay.
Okay. So you are gonna do what's something that's not on here? You're gonna do okay, we'll do one that we've done already. You're gonna do سبح.
Okay. سبح يسبح تسبيحا فهو مسبح. سبح سبح يسبح تسبيحا فهو مسبح. هو مسبح. سبح لا تسبح. مسبح.
An easy way to remember this is the last two the last ones of the last two lines are the same, right? Musabbahun or mu'allamun. The last two of the last two lines. Sorry, the last ones of the last two lines are the same. Okay? And then the one above it, the ones all the way at the end, the first one has a kasra on the second to last letter, and the last two have a fatha on the second to last letter, right? It's the only difference. Tayyib, I feel like your time is coming.
I don't have to pretend to be humble here. I am feeling very humble. I'll try that island.
Okay, go ahead.
فهو يعلم.
فهو معلم.
فهو معلم. علم يعلم تعليما فهو معلم. علم لا تعلم
معلم. Good. Okay, guys, I need you to memorize this. You have like 10 days. 10 days. It's a long time. Okay? And I'm gonna give you one more as well. Because 10 days is a long time, okay? Give you two more actually. Okay? Like you said, I'm really gonna make sure people think about coming back from break. But before I give you the next one, I do want you to notice, or if you haven't picked this out already, going back, we've labeled each one, right? We said allama was past tense active, yu'allimu is present tense active, ta'liman masdar, mu'allimun we said is the doer, the fa'il. We said ullima is past tense passive, yu'allamu is present tense passive, ta'liman is masdar, mu'allamun is the maf'ulun, allim is the command, la tu'allim is the prohibition, and mu'allamun is the dharfun. And I said, don't worry about what the dharfun is, but just know that's the dharf. Yes? Okay. The last thing I'll mention about this is that something, if you haven't picked it up, allama is a verb. Allama is a verb. Yu'allimu is a verb. Ta'liman is an ismun. Mu'allimun is a ismun. Ullima is a verb. Yu'allamu is a verb. Ta'liman is a ismun. Mu'allamun is a ismun. Allim is a verb. La tu'allim is a verb. Fi'lun, and mu'allamun is a ismun. Good? Just so you recognize that, right? So you don't put tanween where it doesn't belong. Got it? All the ones that are nouns, asma, have tanween on them, whether they're fatha or Okay.
But there's no pattern, right?
Huh?
There's no similarities, all right? So if you do bashara, it, and then you say this means that, that means that, it doesn't translate to another word on the same pattern.
No. But you just want me to do bashara, right? So bashara, right? So let's use bashara, right? So bashara means he gave glad tidings. He gave good news. Okay. Yubashiru, he is giving good news or giving glad tidings. Tabshiran is the idea or the concept of good news. Okay. Mubashirun is the one who gives good news, right? For example, right? Allah says about the prophets that we sent the prophets mubashirin as people who give good news. Is that understood? They are mubashirin. They give the good news. Okay. Okay. Second line. Bushira. He was given good news. He was given good news. Yubasharu. He is being given good news, or he will be given good news. Tabshiran, the concept of good news. Mubasharun. Mubasharun is the receiver of good news. In a famous hadith, the Prophet ﷺ, he mentioned 10 companions that were given the glad tidings of paradise in this world. They are generally referred to as al-asharatu, 10, al-mubashsharina, not mubashshirina, mubashsharina. Okay? Al-asharatu al-mubashsharina bil jannah. The 10 that were given the glad tidings or the good news of paradise. Mubashsharun. Okay? Bashir. Bashir, give good news. Sometimes it's said when like you see someone after a long time, you're like, Bashir, like tell me something good. Okay? La tubashir, do not give good news. And then mubasharun, which I said is the dharf, don't worry about it. Okay? Now, can you put every family one verb on this pattern? Yes. But will every verb have a meaning? No. Because certain verbs are not used on this pattern. Like you would not say dhahaba generally, right? Neither would you say rajja'a. Okay? Okay. So that is family 2. Yes, sir. No. Oh, sorry, all of the? Okay, so he said if I take allama, right? So any word. So certain verbs are not used on this pattern at all. Certain verbs are not used on this pattern at all. Certain verbs are used on the pattern, but sometimes the maf'ul is not used. Okay? So sometimes you'll have a verb, it uses all of these forms, but like for example, the maf'ul is not used because the Arabs just have a different word for the maf'ul of that idea or concept. Okay? Okay. Moving on. So that is homework. Okay? On the quiz, after the break, I will give you a verb and I will say, you'll know it's family 2. Now I will say, do the sarfun of this word. And you will have to do that. If I give you baddala, you go baddala, yubaddilu, tabdilan, right? You just write it out, right? And your vowel signs have to be precise. Now your vowel signs really, really begin to matter. Okay. Huh? The quiz is getting longer. I've noticed that the quiz is getting longer. It might be like a week of quizzes. Just show up on Monday, it's ready. Okay. Okay. Family 3. Perfect, right here, brother. that 69 or 71? Okay. Family 3. Family 3. So now it wants you to memorize a different pattern. Okay. So you have jahada. What's the pattern here? Use fa'in lam. What's the pattern? Good. Fa'ala. Okay. Fa'ala. Okay. Now you'll notice that this pattern has two masters. It has two masters. So two masters are mentioned in the first line and two masters are mentioned in the second line. Okay. Jahada, yujahidu, jihadan wa mujahadatan. Two masters. Fahuwa mujahidun. Juhida, yujahadu, jihadan wa mujahadatan. Fahuwa mujahadun. Jahid, la tujahid, mujahadun. I'm assuming all of you have heard the word mujahidun before, right? Now you know what verb it comes from. It comes from family 3 or form 3 verb, jahada, fa'ala. Clear? So once again, jahada, yujahidu, jihadan, wa mujahadatan. And same idea. Jahada is past tense, active. Yujahidu is present tense, active. Jihadan, mujahadatan are the masters. Mujahidun is the doer. Juhida is the past tense, passive. Yujahadu, present tense, passive. Jihad and mujahadatan are masters. Mujahadun is the maf'ul. Jahid is the command. La tujahid is the prohibition. And mujahadun is the dharf. Is that clear? Now,
when you learn like the different families, so we look at family 2 and 3. So up here we have the Allama chart.
Mhm.
Here we have the Jahad the chart. Is it better to learn it this way or to make fa'alana for all of them?
honestly, it's up to you. Honestly, it's up to you. Whatever you feel sticks better. It doesn't matter, right? You should just know that when we say form 2, we're talking about the fa'ala pattern. And when we talk about form 3, we're talking about fa'ala. Okay. Now, looking at the chart, or you guys look at the chart. Sorry, you guys look at this drill 5, or actually no, you guys should look. You guys stay on the page where it has jahada. Okay. So one of the drills, it has the letters ayn, qaf, and ba. Ayn, qaf, and ba. Ayn, qaf, and ba. Rama, put it on the pattern. We end up with
عاقب
Okay.
يعاقب
Uh-huh.
عقابا معاقبة sorry فهو
By the way,
معاقب
like normal thing of the mastar
عوقب
in the mansub version. The mastars, if you notice, they're always given in the mansub version. Go ahead. فهو معاقب. Continue.
فهو معاقب
Okay.
عوقب يعاقب عقابا ومعاقبة فهو معاقب عاقب لا تعاقب معاقب
Good. Do the first line again.
عاقب يعاقب عقابا
Good.
ومعاقبة فهو معاقب
What's the first mastar?
عقابا
Yeah. Have you taken that word? Have you taken the word عقابا?
punish
Yeah. عقابا.
yeah
Yeah, right?
What kind of word?
So now you know where it comes from. عقاب is a mastar. It comes from عاقبة. And this is what you'll begin to see. When you learn nouns, you'll begin to see, oh, now I know where it comes from. How it got its form. Clear? عاقب يعاقب عقابا. Right? Even like if you go back, like look at jahada, right? It has two masters, jihadan wa mujahada, right? Now we'll come across them, and certain verbs on this one, for this one specifically, you'll see that both masters are used sometimes, or sometimes just one is used and the other is not used. So for example, this one, jihadan and mujahada are both used, but usually they're used in different contexts. Usually. Jihad, usually, right, is used with, like when there's an actual physical opponent, you're fighting an opponent. Okay? And mujahada generally is used when a person is like striving and struggling against their nafs. The idea of like mujahadatun nafs, striving against one's soul, their desires, their temptations, right? You can use jihadun nafs, which is fine, but right, as a distinction, sometimes, a lot of times, jihad is used for that, and mujahada is used for, right? Make sense? When it comes to aqaba, iqabun is significantly more is significantly more common than mu'aqaba. Okay. Isa in Arabic. It's not a word we've taken. What's the word for a traveler? What is the word for a traveler? Huh? Musafir. Can you work backwards and tell me what verb it comes from?
Yeah, safar.
Huh?
Safar.
Safara. Go slowly through. Go slowly through the chart.
سافر يسافر سفارا ومسافرة فهو مسافر.
فهو مسافر. Musafir, right? Even I think in Urdu, like, right? They use for traveler. Now you know, you've been hearing the word musafir for so long. Now you know where it comes from. It comes from the verb safara. Continue.
سافر.
Sufi. Okay, now. This is a perfect example. This is a perfect example. Safara. What does safara mean?
Travel.
He traveled, right? Just like being technical. Safara, he traveled. Yusafiru.
Travel.
He is traveling. And musafirun is the traveler. Clear? Now we go to the second line. Sufira. It's on the pattern, but it doesn't have a meaning. Like you're never ever going to hear it. I've never heard it in my life. Like he was traveled with. No, it's not like nothing's used like that. You don't, even you don't talk like that. He was traveled with. I took him. But once again, it's on the pattern. So we know the pattern, but it's not everything necessarily on the pattern is going to be used. Continue. Sufira.
يسافر سفارا ومسافرة فهو مسافر.
فهو مسافر. This is a maf'ul. It has no meaning. It has no meaning. But for another verb, it may have a meaning. Continue.
سافر لا تسافر مسافر.
Good. Let's see. Nur. By looking at it, do the next one. Ha, sin, and ba.
حاسب يحاسب حسابا ومحاسبة فهو محاسب. حوسب يحاسب.
What was that one?
حوسب.
Okay, continue. Yeah.
حوسب يحاسب حسابا ومحاسبة فهو محاسب. حاسب لا تحاسب محاسب.
Good. Muhammad Fardeen, do the next one. Noon, fa, and qaf.
Which one am I doing, Sheikh, again?
Noon, fa, qaf. Noon, fa, qaf.
Noon, fa, qaf. Nafaqa? Is that how? Okay. نافق ينافق نفاقا ومنافقة فهو منافق. Oh, wow. We know that. منافق.
You heard the word munafiqun before? Yes?
Yeah.
Hypocrite? Now you know where it comes from. Keep going.
نفق ينافق نفاقا ومنافقة فهو منافق. نافق. Oh, nafiq.
No, okay.
Nafiq.
Literally, what does nafiq mean? Yeah. There's no context under which you would ever use that single word. But there are other words within the pattern. Nafaqa, he Yunafiqun, he's like acting munafiqun, right? But there's words in this pattern you never use, right? Even the masdars, right? Even the masdars. Nifaqun is hypocrisy. As for munafaqa, it's not used. Continue.
نافق لا تنافق منافق.
Good. Spend a few minutes with this pattern, right? Play with jadala and just repeat it. Just repeat it. And if you feel like you get comfortable, then go back to family 2 and review. Because I'm going to jump between the two right now and cause chaos.
They're just there to help for the.
Yes. Yeah.
It's making it more complete.
No.
It's not a part of the word.
No.
The pattern, you put all the extra letters in there too. Like when you learn the pattern, these huwa, the huwa,
Yeah.
it's just part of the way.
It flows better. Yeah. I'll translate it. Go back to allama, right? I'll just translate it with like, right. So he taught, he is teaching, therefore he is a teacher. Do you get it? That's what's going on. That's what's going on. Does that make sense, guys? Did you hear that? The extra letters, right? Fahuwa, right? Let's do jahada, right? So like he strove, he is striving, therefore he is a striver or a fighter. So it's like
That's why it's
there.
It's not just inserting random letters.
No, it's not inserting random letters. Okay, I explained that those extra letters, the fahuwa, like it has a purpose. It makes it rhyme better. But if you were to translate allama, it's the first line, right? He taught. He is teaching, therefore he is a teacher. That's why fahuwa, right? It's not random letters, but it's like it's built in. He strove, he is striving, therefore he is a striver. So those of you online, guys, with your mics on mute, you should be doing it out loud. It will improve retention. What would you use it for?
What does it mean? As long as
Yeah, so it's from so it comes from, what verb does it come from? Yeah, raqaba. Raqaba, yuraqibu means to observe or to monitor, right? So like for example, muraqaba is used, it can be used in a few different senses, but muraqaba is used as like a person like being like self-aware of themselves. Like, you know, so they say like be muraqaba of yourself. Like, basically check yourself, hold yourself in check. Yeah, accountability, right? But also going back to the verb raqaba, I said it's to observe or to watch, right? So like when I was at school in Saudi Arabia, the first few years there used to be a guy whose job it was nothing but to take attendance. Like he'd go from class to class, take attendance, right? He was called the raqaba yuraqib. He was called the muraqibun. He was called the muraqibun, right? Essentially, his job was to observe, monitor, supervise the attendance of students. But muraqabah is the idea of like self-observation, checking yourself. How we doing, guys? Got this? A lot? Do you guys need a break or should we continue? Talk to me, guys. Huh? A break? Okay. It's 11:42. Let's take an 8-minute break to 11:50. And then we'll go for about, end a little early today. We'll go for about 30 minutes and then I'll give you 10 days off. I will give you, from my mercy and kindness, I will give you a full 10 days off. Okay? Take 8 minutes, fresh. You feel like you don't need a break, then continue to repeat your verbs.
A hard break, like mental break.
Uh-huh.
It started. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. We learn about our ages and our ages and it's aware.
Oh, that break started. Oh, that breaks. I thought you said, of course the break started when I left. I was like, oh, gosh, just I have like an animal show outside right now.
Wait, there's animals? Oh, is there an elephant?
No, there was like a monkey. There was a monkey looking animal right now. Elephant?
Yes, I knew there was gonna be an elephant.
How was it wasn't an elephant?
I don't ask questions.
No, they carry a baby elephant. There's no way they're getting the baby elephant. Huh?
I told me that there was gonna be an elephant.
Who?
My daughter told me there was gonna be an elephant.
You're narrating from a 5-year-old right now. No, it's over there. I just huh? I was with your father right now. That's why I was me and him were catching up. That's why. But I saw it on the way. I was like, because there was some guy talking on the mic, and he's like, I don't know, he said something like, Mickey, give me a hug or something. And I was like, and then I just saw like a big monkey looking animal.
Monkey looking animal.
Yeah, like a
baboon.
Yeah, I think it was a baboon. Something like that. Chimpanzee, one of those, dude. It was one of those. And I was like, I wonder if they know their family two verbs. Okay. Let's do a few and then we'll call it a day, inshallah. Did I walk by the school kids? And I need to tell them to take a shower. Anyway.
Sometimes they shower in the bathroom. You walk in, it's like
yeah. No, but like it was like anyway. Allah understand. Okay, let's go. Guys, this is not looking. This is not looking, inshallah. Okay? Let's go. Rama, let's knock out a few. Rama, faraqa. I won't tell you what family it is simply through me speaking. You'll know if it's form 2 or form 3. Faraqa.
Okay. فارق يفارق فراقا ومفارقة فهو مفارق فورق فورق Oh, sorry, I thought I got it wrong. فورق يفارق فراقا ومفارقة فهو مفارق فارق لا تفارق فارق لا تفارق مفارق.
Good. عيسى نزل
ينزل معلم تنزيلا فهو منزل
نزل
ينزل تنزيلا فهو منزل نزل لا تنزل منزل.
Good. Who we got? DJ. Do قاتل.
I got the first one, not the second. I could do any verb on the first one.
No. Amira, do قاتل. So just really quickly, showing you a difference. Family 1 is what? Of that same, قتل. And I said قتل means to kill. قتل, I told you what it means. To massacre. قاتل means to fight. قاتل means to fight.
Is this like when you use this form when it's like there's 2
No, that's to come. That's to come, inshallah. Do قاتل. We haven't gotten there yet. قاتل.
قتالا ومقاتلة فهو مقاتل قتل مقاتل قتالا ومقاتلة فهو مقاتل قاتل لا تقاتل
مقاتل. You know, a few minutes ago on the Zoom, a few more people had their camera on. Inshallah, when I started the testing of the verbs, a few cameras, mashallah, just turned off. Don't know what happened. Oh, they're back on. Okay. Some of them are back on. Okay. Let's go. Salma. عاهد. عاهد.
عاهد يعاهد عاهدا
عهادا
عهادا معاهدة
فهو
فهو معاهد
معاهد
معاهد عاهد
عوهد
عوهد
يعاهد
يعاهد معاهدة
عهادا
عهادا sorry about that
ومعاهدة
ومعاهدة
Okay, I'll insha, go from the beginning. عاهد
فهو معاهد عهد يعاهد عهادا ومعاهدة فهو معاهد عاهد لا تعاهد معاهدة.
سعد كذب Good. So, for example, just another example, right? To lie is kadhaba. To lie is kadhaba yakdhibu. A liar is called kadhibun. Okay. To reject or to deny is kadhaba. Yukadhibu. Clear? The idea is that when you reject or you deny, you're not believing someone, almost as if you are accusing them of lying. Get it? So kadhaba is to lie, and kadhaba is to reject or to deny. Okay. Who else can do family 3? Who can do family 3? Who can do family 3? Not looking. Yeah. Okay, you get this right, you send this home, huh? Ready? ضاعف ضاعف
ضاعف يضاعف ضعافا ومضاعفة فهو مضاعف ضوعف مضاعف مضاعف ضعاف ضعاف مضاعفة فهو مضيع فهو مضاعف مضاعف ضعفا ضعف
ضعف
ضاعف لا تضاعف مضاعف مضاعف
Yeah.
مضاعف
مضاعفون. Yeah. Okay. Good. Okay, guys, listen very, very carefully. Listen very, very carefully. I need you to do 3 things. I need you to do 3 things. 10 days, 3 things. Okay. One is review your vocab. All of book 1. Review your vocab. All of book 1. Right. If you have listened to me, which is like 1.5 of you, right? If you have listened to me, you have a couple screenshots of all of your vocab, right? It's because 11 chapters, but it's not 11 sets of vocab because a lot of the chapters are combined. So God forbid you listen to me, right? You have a couple screenshots on your phone that are easily accessible. So regardless if your dog ate your book 1 or not, right? Or he urinated on it or not, regardless of what your dog did to book 1, you should have those screenshots of the vocab in book 1, and they're so easy to review. Wallahi, they're so easy to review if you have quick access on your phone, right? TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, just, right? You can have the vocab right next to it, okay? So please review your vocab. That's number 1. Number 2 is practice reading, not just the first 2 sections, just practice reading, right? Perhaps if you get a chance, and you feel motivated, inspired, practice reading the story of Ibrahim, which is like, I don't know, 15 sections or 12 sections, whatever it is, right? But just keep reading. If you find a section that you're not smooth with, then read it until it's smooth. Is that clear? And then the third is to practice form 2 and form 3. When we come back on Monday, I expect all of you to know form 2 and form 3 well, very well. Even those that knew it well today, like, it can get better. There's room for improvement, like the pauses, the stuttering, like it should be قاتل يقاتل قتالا مقاتلة مقاتل قتل يقاتل قتالا until the end. Like smooth, okay? And it's possible. It's just about how much time you're going to put in. Okay? Like I said, the Hufad have the cheat code. So like they memorize faster, they're more accustomed to it. Whatever it is, they get it fast. Each person has to put in whatever time they need. Family 2, family 3, you have to have it down. You have to have it down, inshallah. All right. We'll see you in about 10 days, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله تعالى.